Madagascar. Located in the Indian Ocean and one of the world's largest islands, it is a land of stories and legends. It's also known as the Red Island because of the color of the earth. You'll be meeting Elise, a botany student. She has a fascination for her country's national tree, the baobab. The arid, hard-to-get-to territory in the south is where she carries out her research. Soloda is a Vezo, a group of nomadic coastal inhabitants. His village on a sandy spit of land jutting into the Mozambique Channel is completely isolated. He spent a few years away from his family, but his love of the sea drew him back. Gilles, a Frenchman, has been here for more than 20 years. An ardent nature lover, he has made his home in the foothills of the island's most beautiful mountains and has decided to reforest the valley where he lives.
Jean Giono's book, The Man Who Planted Trees, really impressed me. I'd like these people to remember me as the man who planted trees.
Madagascar is a vast territory in the Indian Ocean off the southern coast of Africa. This land of beliefs and mystery, the fifth largest island on Earth, offers a great diversity of landscapes and cultures. A trip to Madagascar is always spiced with adventure. There are very few roads off the central highlands to the northern forests and into the arid plains of the south. Discovering Madagascar means, above all, slowing down, adapting to island time. The National Highway 7 is the only route into the south. Elise and Tantel are both botany students doing research. They're off on a long trip to the Land of Thorns, the vast region in the southernmost part of the island.
We cover hundreds, even thousands of kilometers to get there. At least we're doing it in a bush taxi this time. Sometimes we travel by ox cart or even by boat. It's an adventure every time.
Elise is doing her doctoral thesis on a tree that is recognizable at a glance, but which in fact is not very well known, the baobab. The Malagasy here call it the Renala, meaning mother of the forest. The baobab is the object of many traditional beliefs about mother and child. Its trunk is straight and massive, its bark very smooth, and it has a tender heart. The baobab is the symbol of fertility. The baobab really has an odd look, and in fact they often say that it was planted upside down, as if its branches were trying to take root in the sky. There's a legend that says, in the final days of creation, the gods realized that they had forgotten to plant the baobabs, so they just tossed them down from the heavens. The two young botanists still have hundreds of kilometers to cover. They are looking for flowering baobabs, for the research is focused on the reproductive cycle of a particular species found only in the southern part of the island. Toliara, the major city of southern Madagascar. Elise and Tantel still have a ways to go. They left the capital 2 days ago and have crossed half the vast island with a single goal in mind: to find a baobab that is just about to flower.
We think there's a sort of hybridization going on in the baobabs. So I'm going to try and find out just how this hybridization works.
Of the world's 8 known species of baobabs, this large island is home to 7, and 6 of those are endemic to the island. Some of them are hybrids, and Elise is seeking to solve this enigma. After the bush taxi, they continue their trip south with a zebu cart into the Mahafali Plateau, a poor, arid region.
Here we go, just what we need.
The mystery surrounding the baobab is the mystery of the reproduction of all living beings, of the fragile balance of nature, the life cycle of flowers, pollen, and insects. The baobab flower, an ephemeral bloom, resembles a wild orchid. It only blossoms once in the tree's lifetime for a few days, and only during the hot summer nights. Tser and Dilf, 2 climbers specialized in trees, will be helping Elise carry out her observations. Now it's Elise's turn to tackle the baobab. She has spotted flower buds that might bloom at nightfall about 15 meters up in the tree.
The very first time I climbed a baobab, I felt right away that I was in my element. I was at home in the tree. I felt good climbing. I really felt good with everything having to do with the life of the baobab. And maybe I feel I was destined to study them after such an experience.
Look, the cord and the knots have to be taut all the time. And as you go up, this is how you feed yourself slack, okay?
Elise, acrobat and botanist, now has to get familiar with her treetop laboratory. She's hoping to observe the flower blooming when evening comes, and to spy on some insects she suspects of being the pollinators of these majestic trees. This parched land covered by thorny savanna and shadeless forest is the land of the Sakalavs, an ethnic group whose character has been forged by their harsh environment. Twice a day, Dimbriza and his family have to come into this forest, home to many lemurs. Dimbriza comes to collect nature's gift. This is his only riches, a baobab that he has transformed into a water reservoir, a baobab cistern.
We're used to managing our water from day to day. The baobab is the cornerstone of our life, but its wood is useless. You can't do anything with it. We don't eat much meat. We're not allowed to kill the zebu. We don't grow manioc. All we have, in fact, is the baobab. It's my life. It's a mother to me.
Dimbriza has hollowed out the tree trunk down to a height of 1.50 meters. This doesn't harm the tree and allows it to continue growing. After each rain, Dimbriza's family collects the rainwater from the ground and stores it in the baobab, a necessary reservoir to make it through the severe shortages of the dry season. Here, more than anywhere else, water is scarce, and so even more precious. On the Mahafali Plateau, finding water is a constant worry. The water from the baobab cistern meets the normal needs of the whole family.
This baobab takes the place of the zebu. It takes the place of a cart, of the goats that I don't have. It's my only treasure. That's why I take such good care of it. If the baobab dies, well, I disappear and my family along with me.
For 3 days now, the little crew of scientists and climbers have been camping in the bush at the foot of the trees. At first, the villagers were surprised by their setup, but now they've become a regular local attraction. One has to admit they are an intriguing sight. Every evening, the group from Tananarivo attracts more locals, curious to learn more about these strange experiments being carried out at nightfall. For a long time now, scientists thought that the only pollinators of the baobab were lemurs and bats. Only recently have botanists discovered the vital role played by a certain insect, the sphinx moth.
The sphinx moth is probably one of the insects that pollinate the baobab. We recently discovered that it is maybe the tree's main pollinator. Since it is a moth, it can easily carry pollen from one flower to another.
Élysée, Dilf, and Serre are getting ready to spend the night suspended between sky and earth. Up in the baobab, everything has been readied to observe the blossoming of the flowers. Now it's up to nature to play her role.
Je te laisse passer dans la fourche d'abord, parce qu'on ne pourra pas entrer nous deux direct.
D'accord.
It's really a whole expedition just getting to the tree at exactly the right time. But maybe that's exactly why I like this work. This phenomenon is very hard to observe. You have to work at it. And maybe that's what I find important in what I'm doing.
There's like a shudder of nature, a stirring, sign of its amazing vigor. And in a few minutes, the flower transforms and opens to the world. This is a magical and fleeting moment.
Madagascar is known for its very rich biodiversity. So if the baobab were ever to disappear, we'd lose a treasure. We'd lose our culture as well, and our identity, because the baobab is Madagascar.
Élisé's research has just begun. She wants to learn all she can about the baobabs in order to protect them. No one knows how to tell the age of a baobab. These imposing giants of nature must surely be over 1,000 years old. Testimony to the island's rich biodiversity, the baobabs have centuries of Madagascar's ecological history engraved in their flesh. Sarodrano, the end of the world. Living here means adapting to extreme isolation. In Malagasy, Sarodrano has two meanings: difficult waters and land surrounded by water. It is in fact both. We're in a village of the Vezo, Madagascar's great seafaring people, the nomads of the sea. The Vezo live all along the southwest coast of Madagascar, a region parched by the heat and regularly lashed by cyclones. Right from its early settlement, Sarodrano has turned its back away from the land and towards the sea. The village is located on a spit of sand that juts out into the Mozambique Channel. So the best way to get there is on foot or by the sea, which can sometimes be risky. The fishermen's outriggers are practically the only craft that dare venture across the coral reefs that ring the lagoon. Coming into this village is like landing on an island. Soloda is a native son of Sarodrano, native son of the wind and sea. The village has its daily routine. Every morning and evening during the cooler hours of the day, they go to fetch water.
Our village is called Sarodrano because before there was no water here. They had to go buy it in the neighboring villages. And that's what they had to do back in the olden days. Here, we have enough to eat. We raise a few animals, and the water we need is not all that far away.
The Vezo live in a quiet backwater away from the bustling world. Nature is the only thing that shapes their existence. In spite of the rudimentary conditions, Soledad is quite attached to his remote region. A few years ago, Soledad decided to come back to live where he was born. Before that, he had to leave his village in order to help out his family. He joined the Malagasy army, but the strict military life is a far cry from how these free men live. After years in uniform, he became a merchant, traveling the country to buy and sell rice. Again, not the ideal situation for him. So Soledad came back to Cerro Drano to start a family. This is Soledad's family clan, 3 generations living in peace and harmony. Even though they are gradually becoming more sedentary, the Vezo have remained nomads at heart, as Soledad's father, the patriarch of the family, has always been.
It wasn't mere chance that brought us here. It's the will of the Creator that led us to this land. Before we were truly nomads, when there were no fish, we'd travel a long ways to find them. We'd settle in other fishing villages. The sea always wins in the end. She is mighty. We, men, we come and go, but the sea, she never dies.
In the Vezo tradition, there is a single god of the sea. He is all-powerful over the environment. He protects all those who travel on the water. The cliffs that dominate the village are a sacred site, the final resting place of the souls of the ancestors. For the Vezo, the spirits are everywhere. They hover over the sea and ensure the happiness of the living. But apart from their beliefs, the only thing that the fishermen have to face the elements is their long experience of the sea.
When there's a shipwreck, well, the whole village heads out in the boats to help. The carpenter is a very important person in the village. The fishermen come from all the neighboring villages to have their boats repaired. Boats come in every day here for repairs.
The lacas, the Vezo outrigger canoes, are surely identical to those used by their ancestors when they migrated here from Asia. The techniques used for constructing the lacas are a distillation of all these fishermen's sailing sense, the end product of an intuitive knowledge of the sea.
The boat is the heart of the Vezo people. A Vezo without his canoe is simply not a Vezo. He's just a vagabond. We use it to travel, to hunt octopus, to earn our living. The canoe is to the Vezo what the car is to foreigners.
The elegant gesture of the Vezo. In Malagasy, Vezo means simply one who paddles. they claim they are not an ethnic group or tribe. Being Vezo is a culture, a state of mind. It's a way of living from day to day, to the rhythm of the tides and the passing seasons. The sea is the only means of subsistence for these mariners of southern Madagascar.
Parents teach their children to sail very young, whenever they have spare time. This is the heritage that gets passed on. When children know what they're doing, they're put out to sea alone in the boat. Me too. I'll teach my children everything I know about the sea, because the sea is the Vezo's Bible.
Soledad has been fishing since he was 6. To scare the fish and drive them into the nets, it's always the same age-old technique.
When I come back to the village at noon, I decide then whether I'll go out again in the afternoon. It all depends on the morning's catch. If it's still no good in the afternoon, I'll go out again at night for shrimp. And that's what goes on in a fisherman's head.
Sailing, fishing, living on the water. In the end, Soledad yielded to the call of his destiny. The Vezo don't do any farming. They don't raise cattle. They live from and for the sea. It's their most precious possession. They never work the land, but why not farm the sea? With funding from an NGO, Soledad and some other fishermen have set up a seaweed farm. They're hoping to sell their crop abroad to the cosmetics and food industries.
When the plants are young, you have to take very special care of them every day. Check that there are no dead or broken branches. Because if you don't take care of them, the seaweed could die. And then if you get bad weather, there could be damage from floating debris. We don't have television to check the weather forecast. Sometimes we listen to the radio when we can. Otherwise, we watch the wind and listen to the sea.
This is the very beginning of an experiment that could mark a turning point in these people's lives. The seaweed shoots aren't mature yet, but if the project is a success, it will ensure them a steady source of income.
There's nothing here. It's untouched land. And we love it. We feel at home here. And the sea is full of food. The Vezo are attached to this place. We're not allowed to sell it. It's our heritage for future generations, so that they too can benefit from this spot. We feel good here. It warms our heart. There are a lot of people in the village, and we're happy.
The Vezo are a free people, a tightly knit group that help each other out. If nature doesn't have any nasty tricks in store for them, Soledad and the fishermen of Sarodrano may very well make a success of their project to farm the sea, their source of life, their sole riches. The highlands in the center of Madagascar is a region where life follows the rhythm of the rice harvests. This plant, originally from Asia, is the staple food and part of the common heritage of all the Malagasy. It's the symbol of life. Rice and rice paddies also have a sacred significance for many Malagasy. At the frontier of the Central Highlands is another region, a mountainous lands inhabited by spirits, a land of peasants marked by the marriage of sky and granite. The Tsaranoro Valley is not all that far from civilization, yet it has long remained cut off, as if the world had forgotten this land where the mountains reach up into the skies. Gilles left his home in Marseille when he was 20, crossed Africa on foot, and lived in the Comoros Islands. Then in the late 1980s, he discovered Madagascar in the Tsaranoro, this quiet valley isolated from the rest of the world.
When we first came, we needed the four-wheel drive to get to the nearest large village, which is 10 kilometers away from the paved road. Then we had to continue on foot. There was no trail anymore. It was abandoned about 50 years back. There weren't even any ox carts in the valley. People only got around on foot, and the same went for us. I spent a good part of my life in the mountains. I grew up in Briançon in the high Alps in France, and I love the mountains. I've done a lot of cross-country skiing, climbing, kayak, some deltaplane. When I landed here, it was completely virgin territory. I think any climber would find this a paradise.
For Gilles, the Tsaranoro Valley was a revelation. He literally fell in love with this spot. And ever since, this nature lover has been covering the length and breadth of the valley to satisfy his yearning for nature. The valley is home to many herds of zebu, the peasants' only riches. But these animals are often the booty of human predators, the dahals, zebu thieves who strike at night. 800,000 head of cattle are stolen every year. It's a serious problem for Malagasy cattle herders.
Originally, it stems from a tradition. If you were a man and you wanted a wife, you had to steal a zebu at least once in your life. Now it's gotten out of hand. I don't know if it's a mafia, but there's a feeling of insecurity in the rural area. It's emptying the countryside. It's become depopulated because of this fear of rural banditry. It has nothing to do with tradition anymore. Every night there are children from the valley who come sleep up here. They call them the eyes of the mountains. They keep an eye on the herds.
Following in Gilles' footsteps, we discover the valley, its history, and its scars.
Wow, il se creuse celui-là.
This is a lavac, an open gash caused by erosion. Mountain runoff that has been channeled to irrigate the rice paddies in the valleys gouges deep ravines in the earth. These gaping wounds scarring these bald hills are the grim consequence of deforestation.
Nature is generous in Madagascar, but if we throw things too far out of balance, there will be negative consequences. Nature has her own defense mechanisms, but this is too much for her to handle. There's digging, erosion, and it's hard to undo. Phenomena like this are hard to control.
Today, Gilles and his hiking buddy Noah are getting ready to climb a cliff face overlooking the valley. The highest cliff here is 800 meters, and it's a notorious challenge to extreme rock climbers. This imposing granite wall is still unconquered. Not even the world's best climbers have managed to climb it in one go. Gilles and Noah don't take themselves for champion climbers. They opened and equipped a much easier climbing route.
Bon, il y a un plaisir physique, de toute façon, hein, je veux dire.
There's the physical pleasure. Climbing can be very physical. There's the pleasure of the gymnastics and the movements on the rock.
Gestuelle sur le rocher.
Then there's the idea of pushing yourself. The little athletic challenge. Can I do it? Yes, I can. No, I can't. It's really, really something. It's such a privilege. You look out on the valley and you're the only one out there. So peaceful. You're so far removed from civilization. You won't see a single telephone pole, a single road. Maybe 2 or 3 cattle herders, but you're really alone in the mountains. You can come and go as you please, and there's absolutely no one you have to answer to.
J'aurais pu m'arrêter ailleurs.
I could have settled down anywhere, but this valley was love at first sight. There's no rational explanation. Some places on Earth, you just feel wow. You get this vibration. It really hit me here. I said to myself, that's it. I found my paradise. I'd wandered a lot, and here I thought, really, this is perfect.
Du bonheur, que du bonheur.
This is pure bliss. When you look around 360 degrees, it's really breathtaking. You have all the mountains from the Andringitra to the Bobby Peak, which is the country's second highest summit. There's the Saranaro behind us, an incredible sheer cliff 800 meters high. It's really a spectacular landscape. One of a kind.
C'est unique.
The Saranoro Rodeo, a rice paddy bullfight. Trampling the rice paddies, it's a tradition and the teenagers just love it. It takes courage and daring to play this risky game. It's meant to prepare the rice fields for planting by churning them up into muddy wallows.
You can never tell when an accident might happen. If something goes wrong, we just have to tough it out. Accidents happen with the zebu mainly when you don't follow the advice of the adults. They tell us to watch out and to always be alert.
This valley used to be nearly all covered with forest. Slash and burn farming has had devastating results throughout the vast island. But out in the countryside, there's no other solution but to burn off the brush to regenerate the soil.
Androany zany andro iraisam-pirenena zany hoe journée des écoles ho an'ny
Today is Madagascar's National School Day, a special day for school children. The pupils of Emile, the valley's school teacher, are going to plant trees today. It's not merely a symbolic act. It's a concrete gesture in favor of the environment. To get the seedlings, they head for Gilles' nursery. This Frenchman has been doggedly replanting the valley. For him, it's a way to connect with the villagers and the mountains where he has chosen to live. Gilles' nursery is open to all the local inhabitants. Every year, Gilles plants over 100,000 seedlings.
Ça va?
Ça va?
Ça va et vous?
Voilà, mademoiselle.
Para misy olo mandeha. Zay zinahazo mandeha ary.
Si on commence pas à travailler avec les
We
gamins,
simply work with the
les adultes,
kids.
ils changeront pas, hein, c'est
The
tout ça.
adults won't change.
Donc,
It's too late.
c'est qu'en travaillant avec eux,
So
chaque
every year
année,
at the
à
same
la même
time, the
période,
children come
ils
and
viennent
plant
planter
trees.
des arbres. On peut espérer qu'à l'arrivée à l'âge
When they're
adulte,
grown up,
chaque
when the
année,
rains come,
tiens, la pluie
they'll
arrive,
continue to
ils
plant
vont
on their
planter
plots
des
of
arbres,
land, and little by
ils
little,
continuent à planter ça
get the
chez eux,
forest
sur
back into
leur
shape.
terrain, et arranger un petit peu la forêt, quoi.
Throughout the island, school children devote 2 days a year to their natural environment. The school in the valley is a green school, sensitive to questions of agriculture and ecology. The school program is designed to stem the rural exodus. The whole philosophy is directed at getting the school children to consider making a life for themselves right here in the valley. And this is Gilles' goal as well. To that end, he has founded an association to reforest and protect the Saranoro Valley.
Zay mandeha dia manao hira.
A forest doesn't sprout up overnight. Gilles has set up a nursery of eucalyptus, a rapid growth tree that will meet the villagers' needs in wood. Year by year, Gilles' work is bearing fruit.
Ça, c'est le reboisement de...
This is the new forest of Olomaka, the little village back there.
qu'il y a derrière. Donc, reboisement villageois, on a
The villagers
planté
did that.
environ 3000.
We planted 3,000 trees on a few acres of land.
Voilà, ça c'est des arbres qui ont...
These saplings were planted 12, 13 months ago.
Et dans quelques années, ils pourront
And now in a few
exploiter,
years, the villagers will be able to use the wood.
bosquet, là, qu'on a planté il y a une douzaine d'années,
Like that older stand of trees we planted 12 years
un
ago.
petit peu plus ancien. Si on veut espérer,
If we hope to
qu'une montagne
reforest the
se
mountains,
reboise,
the people have to be able to meet their needs in wood.
leurs besoins, hein. On peut pas leur demander d'arrêter de couper
We
du
can't
bois
demand that
juste
they
parce que c'est
stop
pas
cutting
bien
wood
du
just
bois.
because cutting wood is
Il faut
bad.
absolument remplacer,
We must replace the wood they're not allowed to
bois
cut.
qu'ils pourront pas couper, il faut qu'ils en aient à côté de chez eux. Je pense que j'étais...
I think I was meant to live here on this land. Deep down, I believe I was destined to live here. Not just here in Madagascar, but here in this valley.
Dans cette vallée, à cet endroit. Les grands espaces,
These wide open spaces, this virgin wilderness, have a certain grandeur.
une certaine dimension.
Here
Ici,
you
on
sometimes
arrive
find yourself
parfois
very, very far
très,
from
très
the modern
loin
world.
du monde moderne. Pour moi, c'est un peu ça, les grands espaces.
That's what
C'est
wide
pas
open
juste
spaces mean
un
to
grand
me.
parc aménagé.
Not just some kind of a well-manicured
C'est au
park.
contraire,
Just
un
the
grand
opposite,
territoire,
a vast territory, terribly empty.
Il y a
When you
finalement
come
très
right
peu de
down
monde
to
sur
it, the
cette terre,
population is very sparse on this land.
sur cette terre de Madagascar.
I mean on the island of Madagascar.
Ici, on s'aperçoit que
You realize that you can live with very little here. And you meet people who, whatever may happen to them, they're always ready to laugh from morning to night. They have nothing, a clump of straw, a little machete, but they're happy.
Operation Tree Planting. At dawn, Gilles heads up the hill. It's the rainy season, time to plant. Over the years, Gilles has formed a crew of planters, a group of villagers won over to his cause. They plant young seedlings and also use Gilles' own particular technique. These balls are seeds coated in a mixture of dirt and zebu dung. The results are kind of haphazard. 15 to 20% of the seeds take root, but that's not the most important thing.
These hills are extremely bare. They've been ravaged. Even planting a tree, a little seed, is already something. My little association can't reforest the whole valley, all of Madagascar, the whole planet. We're trying to set an example. Look, we're planting. Just wait 2 or 3 years, and you'll reap the benefits. There are trees that are beginning to bear fruit, so there are concrete results. On the road we replanted, when it's hot, people walk under the new trees. They stop and rest in the shade. They're starting to see the positive results. Erosion is starting to diminish. So we hope that by showing the people what action to take and what it can bring to their land, it will convince them to reverse the tendency, which is still to clear the trees to make pasture land.
C'est un endroit un peu particulier.
This is a kind of special place, Candalosa. It used to be a royal palace, and there's a funny story about it. The king was cruel with his subjects, so the subjects reacted towards him like one does with an abusive king. Well, they didn't decapitate him because it's taboo to draw royal blood here in Madagascar. They suffocated him. They suffocated him with bananas. Every time I come up here, I get a kind of weird feeling. It's my Malagasy side coming out. I'm starting to be influenced by the irrational local beliefs. You can't live here without assimilating a bit of the mysticism, the magic. You just can't. It's an integral part of life in Madagascar.
Ah, c'est des bons coups.
It's not easy. It takes 2 hours to hike up, so there's no way to bring water here. We have to give the trees the best conditions to start with, and then we wait and see.
Voilà, on verra bien, hein.
In a few decades, the children of Saranora will be able to look out on their valley that's green year-round, and, as Gilles hopes, covered with forest. They will remember that their ancestors once crossed paths with an eccentric Frenchman who loved trees.
Jean Giono's book, The Man Who Planted Trees, really impressed me. The story of a shepherd who planted thousands of trees and reconstituted a whole forest. Even the authorities were surprised. What's this? A new forest? That left its mark on me. I'd like these people to remember me as the man who planted trees.
Today, Somewhere on Earth invites you to discover the Bijagos Islands, an isolated territory of Guinea Bissau in West Africa. These sacred lands resemble a vast river delta. Marcelinho is an elder, an Homi Grande, the highest position in the social hierarchy. The forest, which he knows so well, is where he finds the plants for his ancestral remedies. Marcelinho is a traditional doctor on the island of Carache in the northern Bijagos. The island of Orango in the far south is a World Biosphere Reserve and the country's first national park. This is where Pedro lives. He's the reporter of Okinka Pampa, Orango's small radio station, so he's always on the lookout for stories. On the island of Caravella, Quintino is about to undergo the most important phase of his life, the fanado, the highest initiation rite, which will open a mysterious, secret world to him. Over the centuries, the Bijagos have forged a very close relationship with nature.
I don't know what's going to happen to me, if I'll be equal to the challenge and able to do what they want me to. That's why I'm anxious.
The Bijagos Islands are off in a backwater of time, isolated from the rest of the world. Just a few miles from the mainland, they form a labyrinth of sandbanks and mangrove swamps, and they have the strongest tides in Africa. These islands are inhabited by spirits. They form a mythical boundary between the land of Africa, the ocean, and the endless sky. Islands tossed into the sea and forgotten in the vast Atlantic Ocean. There are 88 of them spread out over roughly 100 kilometers north to south. It is the only archipelago of Africa born from a river delta, formed thousands of years ago following a rise in the level of the seas. The early Portuguese navigators brought back tales of wild islands inhabited by indomitable warriors. The Bijagos people never submitted to the colonial authority. The villages are all inland, away from the sea, as if the inhabitants needed to protect themselves from unknown outside forces. And for centuries, this isolation has allowed these islands to remain unspoiled.
Hello there. How's the family?
¿Está bien?
How are you?
Cerca galinha.
Marcelinho is a traditional healer in Empincha, a village on the island of Carache. He learned the traditional medicine from his father and began to treat people in the northern islands with him. A few years ago, Marcelino received training in the fundamentals of modern Western medicine from foreign doctors.
So how's the baby?
Bebê, bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite. Kuma. Yo. Wow.
Thanks to the children, I became a healer. I've liked children ever since I was young. It's still the case. What I do for them. I instruct the mothers how to take care of their little ones. I teach them about the most frequent wounds. The moms trust me, whether it's traditional or modern medicine. Wherever I go, I look after the children. And my greatest joy is curing them because I see the results of my work.
Bon dia.
Does he suckle well?
Yes, he does.
And he has a fever?
Yes, at night.
Oh, bebê.
We're doing our best for the children to get a decent upbringing, so that they'll have a good head on their shoulders. This is what we're teaching them. When they're 7, they start to go out into the bush, to say hello to people, to know their manners. The children here learn by example. You learn by watching grown-ups. If I ever see children doing something wrong, I stop and scold them. I'll give them some guidance, and they listen to me, because they know that I'll be telling their parents about it. A child is not just his parents' child. He's also the child of the entire community. That's why we treat them all the same. We take care of all the children. When I see a newborn baby, it just fills my heart with joy.
Marcelino, who's close to 60 years old, is an elder of his village, an Omi Grande. The younger generations have to submit to the decisions and demands of their elders. This is the principle of payment to the elders, who are the ones who guide the children's upbringing. There are not many schools here, and very few clinics. More often than not, Marcelino has to turn to Mother Nature to treat his patients, to save lives. The Bijagos elders are all the living memory and guardians of the community's secrets. In order to keep the traditions alive, Marcelino passes on his knowledge to the younger generation.
The palm tree plays an important role here in the Bijagos. We use the trunk to build our houses. We make palm wine with the sap. When the nuts ripen, we can make oil. We use the fronds to make string. These are the palm fronds we use to make brooms. And the ropes we use to climb the palm trees. We also make soap from the blossom. Every part of the tree is good. We can use everything in the palm tree. Plant lore and traditional medicine are great secrets. The forest is like a pharmaceutical factory. If you're not a doctor, you're not allowed to learn the secret formulas. We don't transmit the mysteries of the plants to outsiders. If you don't live here on this land, we'll never show you anything. Before cutting a root, I ask the tree's forgiveness. I ask it to help me cure the sick person. You can't just come into the forest, take what you need, then turn around and leave.
Marcelinho has to take care of a child on a nearby island. Before undertaking a voyage, he has to invoke the spirit so that he'll ensure a smooth journey and watch over his family during his absence.
Kaos kuma kuna sinti. Kuna asinti minjo? Ina uga udo na amenango. Businti ustai minjo. Kaos mina njenya ya namokadi.
He got hurt playing. They brought him to me 4 days ago. So I took care of him, and now I'm seeing him again. He tells me he's feeling better. This is what I use to treat him. It looks like he's doing better. I treat stomach aches. indigestion, cuts, bruises, headaches, and snake bites. I take care of all of that. Yes, even snake bites.
Nature jealously guards her secrets. There are a number of sacred sites on the islands. They are the realm of Iran, the spirit of the islands. Tradition is the bond that ensures the social cohesions of the Bijagos people, and only they hold the key to it. This land beneath its vast sky is a sanctuary of unspoiled nature. Marcelinho is wise in his people's lore. The Bijagos draw their force and energy from the natural elements all around them.
The first thing my father taught me was how to observe the fish, how to study the water. If it's windy, the sea gets stirred up, and you can't see anything. But if the water is clear, you can see the fish a few meters in front of you. If you can't reach the fish with your net, you have to approach like this. You stalk them. It's a very long apprenticeship. We, here in the Bijagos, we remain pure and independent all our lives. We are poor, but our land is generous. It is our riches. The Bijagos are very remote. We're a free people. Not many people can say that, and it's a privilege to live here. We have enough to eat here. We are as pure as the seawater is clear. That's the Bijagos. That's our riches. This is an old tree, and me, I am an old man. The tree and I, two wise old men. It's the biggest tree of the Bijagos, and I'm one of the oldest men around here. Yes, that's how it is.
Orango, the largest island of the Bijagos, is a land of savannas and forest bordered by mangrove swamps. There are very few villages, and the island is a national park. Everyone on Orango knows Pedro, a generous man always ready to help out the community with his two-wheel tractor. Pedro's life changed 20 years ago, the day he received his tractor broken down into its parts. His brother, who had emigrated to Portugal, managed to dig up this great bargain for him.
I transport all sorts of things. Soil, bunches of palm fruit too. But not only that, I also carry coconuts, peanuts, wood. Anything that's heavy. I do it to help the community. Anything people need, I'll carry it. I even transport people. It's really kind of a museum piece. I have to start it with a rope. The villagers on Bubak and Uno, the neighboring islands, also want me to come and help, but I don't want to take my tractor to other islands. I'm here to help the community of Orango, because there's no other means of transportation here. I like helping people because I think you should help your neighbor. And as I have the means, I do it. It's good to help people in need because you have to think ahead. Someday, I could be the one who needs help.
A few months ago, an incredible project saw the light of day on Orango, a community radio station. Pedro is one of the volunteer reporters of Radio Okinka Pampa.
Nós põe ponto final na apresentação de No Notícia. Muito boa noite. Fica sintonizado conosco. Notícia não volta à antena amanhã, a hora que está 10 horas. Boa noite, tchau, tchau. Junta conosco. A Rádio Okinka Pampa.
The radio station creates a bond between all Orango's inhabitants. The single daily program deals mainly with questions of public health and the environment. In just a few months, Pedro has become a story collector, and thanks to his work as a radio reporter, he has been discovering new facets of his country every day. Orango is a labyrinth of mangrove swamps and bolongs, vast sea inlets where salt and fresh water mix. This morning, Pedro is off on an assignment with Joao, a ranger of the Orango National Park. They're headed for the southern tip of the island to a marshy zone very difficult to reach. There, they hope to find the emblematic animal thanks to which the Bijagos was declared a World Biosphere Reserve.
We have a large biodiversity here. There are a lot of animals. Most of them are very dangerous. There are horned vipers, mambas, scorpions, poisonous stingrays. So just walking around here can be fatal because you could be bitten by a horned viper, a mamba, stung by a scorpion. It's really dangerous. In short, there's biodiversity. I love animals. Then again, I don't really have a choice. I have to deal with them. Nature is dangerous, but I protect it.
This park is home to the very rare saltwater hippopotamus. Over thousands of years, the river delta has become an archipelago, and these hippopotamus have gradually adapted and become acclimated to seawater, where they take refuge when the freshwater lagoons dry up.
Do you know how many hippos there are in the national park?
It's hard to say exactly. Some are still in the mangrove swamps. Others head for the rivers of Aringozino. But in the lagoon, here, there's probably around 40 at most.
And tell me, Joao, how can you tell the difference between the male and the female?
It's easy to tell. The male is always bigger. His head is bigger, and his maw is longer. And he has a hump on his back. The female has a flat back.
Hippos have a lovely place in our lore. It's a sacred animal, highly respected in our culture. Here they say that a brave person is as strong as a hippopotamus. If they say a person is like a hippopotamus, that means he's a great person, someone strong. And when he dies, we hold a traditional ceremony. So the Bijago people have always held the hippopotamus in great esteem, even before they founded this national park.
This morning, the little port of Orango is bustling with activity. Once a week, a pirogue comes in from the mainland. Pedro carries on with his reporting for the radio and is off to Palau, the southernmost island.
It's a very isolated island. There's no drinking water, and there's nothing to eat. All the products come from here, from Bissau, or from Bubak, the main island. We mustn't forget about the people living out there. Pualau is a sacred island. The Bijago people discovered it a long time ago. It's quite sacred for all of us. It's a magnificent island, and we protect it.
This is the first time Pedro has set foot on Pualau. Santino is one of the guardians.
What's that tower?
That tower dates back to the time of the Portuguese.
On the tip of the island, there are a few rusty remains from the time when Pualau was an important sea mark for navigators. For a long time, Pualau marked the sea route of the Portuguese colonial forces. It is the furthest point south of the archipelago. Lapped by the waves of the Atlantic Ocean, it is the last land before Brazil. The island is home to one of the largest colonies of green turtles in the Atlantic Ocean. 4 months of the year, the females of these creatures, straight out of another age, climb up onto the beach where they were born to lay their eggs.
Is it easy to live on such an isolated island? What does it feel like when you're out here?
Well, it's like that here. You can't get away whenever you want to. You're stuck. I'm not here by chance, and I'm not here on vacation. When I'm on Pualau, it's to work, and my job is to protect our riches, the nature all around.
The rangers on Pualau do good work, and not only for Guinea Bissau, it's useful for the entire world. I know that there are endangered species, and it's important that Guinea Bissau begins to think about protecting its resources and wild animals. I feel good here. I would like to be able to help this turtle. When I see the effort she has to put out to get back to the sea, it's incredible. It's tiring for her. If I could, I would carry her right to the water. It's so hard for her to get back to the sea. It's a beautiful animal, gentle. It really moves me. Turtles are not aggressive. They don't attack. They don't bother anyone, and that's why we have to make an effort to protect them. It's really a lovely animal.
The deserted beach still bears the mysterious tracks of the fascinating life cycle of sea turtles. At dawn, Pedro is witness to the fragile equilibrium of this wild land imbued with the spirit of the Bijagos. In the north, the island of Caravella is the gateway to a mysterious realm. Quintino is a cabaro. In the traditional society, it's the free and carefree age. Soon, he'll undergo the most important passage in the social hierarchy. Quintino, 30 years old now, has reached the age of maturity. He's preparing for the final initiation ceremony, the fanado. This ritual takes place in the forest. Based on suffering, endurance, and deprivation, this much-feared ordeal lasts several months. Once he has passed the fanado, Quintino will be a kamabi, a respected man capable of helping the community and protecting his family. Quintino has 4 children. Soon, he'll have to leave them for several months' exile in the sacred forest. The fanado is a long voyage on the path blazed by the spirits.
A woman is very important in the life of a man, because if you don't have a wife, you could turn bad. But if you have a wife, you have to work for her. This is my wife, Safi. We've been married a long time. I love her very much. I work for her. I go fishing. I go into the forest. I work in the fields. Sometimes I go off for longer periods in order to feed my children. And I bring home what we need. We both love each other very much. We get along well. And when I go off for 2 or 3 weeks, I miss her. And she misses me. We're sad, and that's why we enjoy spending time together like today.
The fanado is approaching, but before that, Quintino has to take care of the coming harvest. The Bijagos have always led a nearly self-sufficient existence. Very few products come over from the mainland. Each family has its own rice field, and there's only 1 rice harvest per year after the rainy season. In a few days, the rice will be ripe. It's a very tricky moment for Quintino. He could lose his whole crop if he doesn't keep a close watch over his field. For the palm trees are full of weaver birds just waiting to swoop down for a feast. Right from the age of 7, the children learn how to protect the rice fields. It's the staple food of the Bijagos.
We come out every day. We get up at 6 in the morning, before the birds get here, and the next day we do it again. That's how it goes every day until the rice is ripe, like this rice right here.
The Bijagos people are not seafarers, but this has not always been the case. There's a legend that once in the northern islands, the men would rig out large pirogues and attack the foreign ships. One day, the Europeans in reprisal pillaged the land, and the Bijagos people saw that as the spirits of the sea who had come to seek revenge. Now, the only arms made here are the canyagos.
We make the canyago with materials we find out in nature. It's the traditional tool of all the Bijagos. We make it with what we get from the forest, like this rope. The elders show us how to make a canyago. It's the first thing they teach you when you're little. It's indispensable for catching fish for food, so when you know how to use the canyago, you become an independent person. You have what you need to work. You can have your own house and all that. It's a gift of nature. The waters are full of fish here, all sorts of fish. Nature is generous. There are shark, stingray, they're very poisonous, sea bream, barracuda. But the fish we're the most afraid of are the rays. If you get stung, it's very painful, and you suffer for weeks.
Enormous clouds drift over the Atlantic. They come from a spot much feared by seafarers, the horse latitudes, where storms and hurricanes are born. It's still the rainy season, the time of silvery seas and leaden skies. A tornado can arise in just a few seconds.
I don't like thunder and storms, but I don't have any choice. We have to live with nature. I would rather go home, but if I go home, we won't have anything to eat. I don't have a choice.
In this part of the world, the heat rises up out of the earth like an invisible wave. A storm always brings a bit of coolness. It's a good time to head for the beach. Quintino's wife, Safi, has come to gather what has been exposed by low tide. The women are just as active in the quest for food as the men.
I grew up observing my elders. Now with Quintino, we have our own children. And I can't let them go hungry and cry. We grow rice, and when there's not enough, I go fishing. I know that in other parts of the world, people have an easier life, but I'm happy with the life I lead. It allows me to take care of my children and bring them up to adulthood.
Preparations are underway for the first initiation ceremony. The village elders have chosen the date and duration of Quintino's fanado. It will last 3 months.
I'm afraid because I don't know if I'll be able to do what they want me to do. That's why I'm anxious.
Today, Quintino is wearing the fetishes of his father, Francisco, chief of the village of Anipok. These sacred objects have been handed down from one generation to the next.
His time has come. Right from his early childhood, he has been passing the different stages of initiation. This is the last rite of passage. That's why I gave him this costume. He's on the path of the fanado. It's a natural event that all our ancestors have been through. We've all been through it.
This costume symbolizes the force of nature. When you put it on, it gives you strength and courage. It's like these horns I'm wearing for the ceremony. When you're wearing them, you're a different person. It's as if some force enters you. You become strong and wild. Something like a bull. Now I'm ready. I'll be going into the fanado house. It's forbidden to talk about what goes on inside. It's really secret. Only the initiates know what takes place there. Even I don't know yet. This is a great day. I'm fulfilling our tradition, and on account of that, I'm respected. The elders, the women, everyone respects us when we are wearing the costume. It's sacred.
Quintino will come out of his initiation ordeal a different man. He will soon pass a major turning point in the life of each of the Bijagos, this people living on the fringes of the world, somewhere in Western Africa. Somewhere on Earth is off to Malawi in southern Africa. This little-known country, overshadowed by its larger neighbors, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia, is one of the poorest places on Earth. Malawi, a land of plains and highlands, is also home to an immense lake that covers 20% of its territory. Gaspar, 27 years old, is the proud owner of an amazing one-of-a-kind guitar. He earns his living thanks to his instrument and his passion for music. Now, after 11 years on the road, he's on his way back to his native village. Freddie's realm is the sky. This young Dane grew up in Tanzania and learned how to fly in South Africa. Freddie, always ready for adventure, loves Africa and is now a full-fledged bush pilot. Teresa, a determined young woman, is a champion runner. Year after year, she has won one of the sport's most challenging events, an extreme half marathon up the slopes of Mount Mulanje, Malawi's highest mountain.
Running is my life. If I'm sick, I run and I feel better. When I have an attack of malaria, I run and it just goes away. Running is my medicine.
Gaspar is a musician, and despite the hardships in Malawi, he has managed to live his life to the upbeat tune of his music. This trip is a return to his roots. When his brother died 12 years ago, it changed his life. He decided to leave everything behind and let his music take him where it would, as a way of exorcising the sudden tragedy that struck his brother. Gaspar's story is also the story of a land whose musical heritage goes as deep as its people's roots.
I always travel with my guitar. I meet a lot of people on the road. When I play, it makes people happy. People love to dance here. I'm on my way back to my native village. I'm traveling from Empincha Bay on the lake. That's where I've been living for the past 11 years. I'm going home. I'm going to see my family and friends.
Traveling in Malawi means walking in an African land where time, smothered by the heat, slows to a crawl. This country is situated at the southern tip of the Great African Rift Valley. In the local dialect, Malawi evokes sunlight sparkling on the surface of the water and the glimmer of flames. The immense lake of the same name covers a fifth of the country, making this reservoir of fresh water Africa's third largest lake.
Are you ready to dance? I'm the man with the sounds. I'm going to say hello to the elders. Then later we'll get down to the business of dancing. Come on, kids. This always happens when I come into a village. First, the children tag along with me, then, little by little, the adults gather around. The people here love music. Hello. How you doing? I'm just doing a little publicity while waiting for the sunset. I've come along with my guitar, and it's going to get very lively here. I play and the villagers give me some money. That's how I make my living. First, I sing for free, and then if you want me to keep going, you have to give me some money. It's my sole means of support. The string's dead. I have to change it. The sound will be better. It's a very simple instrument. It takes me 5 minutes to get ready. I can even do it in 2 minutes.
Now it's okay. Ndamaliza.
Out in the bush or on the shores of the lake, there are very few leisure activities here. So whenever Gaspar comes around, it's an event. He has the gift of communicating his love of music, his energy and passion. No need to warm up the house. As soon as he starts playing, the whole village comes under the spell of his music. Despite the extreme hardship, a smile and a warm welcome are sacred, and a jibe at the grinding poverty. Another reason why Malawi is also known as the warm heart of Africa.
The people here earn their living from the lake, but the only way I can make money is with my guitar. As the fishing is not very good right now, they can't pay me. We're all in the same boat. If they don't catch any fish, they don't pay me, and me, I can't buy anything. Not even soap to wash. It's a vicious circle.
In southern Africa, Malawi is the land of the lake. This lake, an ocean of fresh water, is where Gaspar lives. Gaspar designed his first traditional guitar with his brother, who passed away suddenly. So before making the trip back home to his village, he puts together a new instrument: an old oil drum, zebu hide, electric wire, and a piece of wood.
The idea of this guitar just came to me. It's a gift from God. Nobody ever taught me. It all comes from me. I'm not copying anyone. When I was younger, I traveled a lot between Blantyre and Lilongwe. One day, my brother had a revelation. He decided to make a 4-string guitar, an acoustic guitar. So I said to him, here's what we're going to do. We have to make a babatone, an instrument something like this one. And we found a third person to make up a band. So we started playing, and little by little, people got to like our music. My brother and I would go from one village to the next. That's how it all began. I'm getting back on the road. Hi. You have some room for me and my guitar?
Thanks to his music, Gaspar has managed to make a name for himself in Malawi, but that's not the most important thing for him. Gaspar's music is a way of celebrating life and keeping alive the memory of his brother who passed away at an age when one's adolescent dreams are still taking shape. The central region of the country, the highlands, not far from the Zambian border. This is where Gaspar grew up.
I miss all the people of my village, and I hope they'll be glad to see me. It's been such a long time. I left in 2002. There used to be houses here. They must have collapsed. A lot has happened in 11 years. Things have changed here.
Gaspar sees his daughter, Ines. He sent her to this village here 2 years ago so that she could be raised by his family.
Enes, how are you? Do you remember me?
Gaspar's older brother, Tobias, is one of the first to welcome him home. They quickly get over their initial nervousness, and in a few minutes, the entire village is there to greet the musician.
Enes is my first child. She lives in the village here with her grandmother. I love my daughter. I'd like her to come with me where I'm living now. I wish it were possible today. She's my first child and my last. The people are glad to see me, and I'm glad to finally be back. Some of them have aged. They may have forgotten me, but I haven't forgotten them. You don't forget your roots. There's a saying here. The snake always finds its way back to the bush.
In accordance with tradition, the elders of Gaspar's clan accompany him to the village cemetery. They're going to visit the grave of Ukali, Gaspar's younger brother.
I'm your brother. I've come to pay you a visit, Ukali. Maybe you thought that when I left the village I had forgotten you, but you've always been there deep in my heart, because all my talent comes from you, Ukali. There's still sadness in my heart. I say goodbye now, but I too will end up here. I'm only passing through on this earth. We come from dust, and to dust we shall return. I have air in my lungs now, but I will go back to the earth. That's what I wanted to tell you. When Gaspar came back to the village, he realized that a lot of things had changed, and so have I. When he left, there was only one village here. Now there are 8. As for me, I've become the chief of Nyarambi, our village. My heart is filled with joy. I'm just so happy that my little brother is here. It's a miracle. We can thank God. Really.
Gaspar is my brother-in-law. We're glad he's come back, because he'll liven up the village. We'll dance with all our heart. We love dancing here. It's a great day, and it calls for a celebration.
Recharged by the energy drawn from his roots, Gaspar can take to the road once again. He has chosen the path of music, the beating heart of Malawi. Freddy could be a pilot 8,000 kilometers from here in his homeland, Denmark, but he has chosen to fly the skies of Africa.
I think flying is the best way to travel anywhere, not just in Africa, but as you say, the roads are very bad in Malawi. It can take 10, 12 hours to get somewhere, where it takes 2 hours to get in a plane. So that's what I do. I bring people from A to B quickly and efficiently and safely. I've always had an attachment to Africa since I was 4 years old. My parents used to live in Africa, so I sort of was brought up in, I lived 4 years in Tanzania. In South Africa, I did my training, then I came here. I don't know, it's exciting. It's always, every day is an adventure, you know?
Can be a little hard to see, but this is an aeronautical map of Malawi. Malawi is this part here. This is Lilongwe, the Time area. And what we're basically doing is flying from Lilongwe down to Monkey Bay, which is just there. And that's where the hospital is that we're going to visit today. So it should be approximately 40 minutes flying, and then we'll come over the lake. And then from the lake, we'll go around Cape Maclear, and we'll land from the north overhead the lake. So should be a very nice flight. Now it's getting bumpy. We're coming over the hills here, so I better put this map away so I can fly the plane. Traffic 118.1, 7 Quebec, Papa Foxtrot Uniform Cessna 210 from Lilongwe to Monkey Bay. We're currently approaching Cape Maclear from the northwest, descending through 3,500 feet. We'll be doing a precautionary inspection of the field and doing a left circuit to land 01. We just fly over so they go away, you know, so the runway will be clear when we get back, I hope.
Monkey Bay is a small, isolated town on the south shore of Lake Malawi. Its airstrip is used more as a playground by the children than for landing airplanes.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? Fine. My name is Freddy.
Yeah, I'm Busco.
Nice to meet you. Goes some medicine. We have some soap here as well. One. Maybe you can just check, see what is inside. This the big one here, maybe. We have anti-malarial. We have drugs. Yeah, I'm sure you'll find use for all this, eh?
Yeah, they're very important.
Every day is new. You go to different places. If you're an airline pilot in Europe, you always know your schedule 1 month before. Here, I don't know what I'm doing the next day, you know. Sometimes we're flying businessmen, sometimes tourists, sometimes we're flying people who are sick, sometimes we fly medicine, sometimes we fly school supplies, many different things. That's what I think makes it fun. There's so many kids around, you know, so you have to be very careful because they don't understand the danger with the propeller, you know. So they think it's all funny and now they're standing there laughing, but when you start up and you taxi and take off, then they'll start running, you'll see.
Everyone away.
There are only about 20 planes like this one in Malawi. Here, more than anywhere else, the sky is a realm of freedom that belongs only to those who venture there.
It has its challenges, like the weather is probably the main one. The rainy season is from end of November to about April. And it can be, especially in small single engines like this, it can be quite hard because of we can't go as high as the turboprops, so we have to weave our way through the clouds, thunderstorms, high winds, torrential rain. So that's what makes it exciting and challenging at the same time.
The airplane is perfect for crossing the lake, but the locals can't do without their boats. This passenger cargo ferry calls at the major cities on the lake. The Ilala has been doing regular runs between Malawi and Mozambique since 1955. This boat is the emblem of the country. It's early morning, and there's a stiff breeze on the lake. The boat's captain is worried. At any moment, the Ilala could rip away the landing dock.
The problem's not the wind. I'm more afraid that the boat could tear everything apart. The cables are stretched too tight, especially the short one there. It's really dangerous. We could definitely have problems.
The captain decides to cast off 2 hours ahead of schedule. It's too bad for the passengers who missed the boat. They'll have to wait a week for the next one. Up in the sky, the weather is hardly any better. Freddie is heading towards the north of the country. He's aiming to land on the Chalinda airstrip in the heart of the Nika National Park up in Malawi's highlands, the most difficult place to access in the country.
Okay, so we're going to start our descent now into Chalinda, and we'll be leaving 10,500, and we should be on the ground in approximately 10 minutes. And yeah, we should be able to see the plateau below us
weather permitting, anytime soon. You can see the plateau through there, over there.
Landing could be very tricky in these conditions. Freddie is trying to spot the airstrip.
It's always the pilot's decision whether he wants to fly or not. You make your own decision and you use your own judgment call, and you just use your common sense to make the right decision regarding the weather. This is the life of the bush pilots. It's brisk, windy, weather was bad, but luckily we made it, huh? And now we're just gonna pack up the plane, and then we're gonna make our way down to the camp, I think, and see what's going on.
The park rangers are waiting for the pilot in order to carry out a surveillance flight.
Morning, how are you doing?
Nika is the country's oldest natural reserve, a protected area since 1964.
Sure.
This section here is the Nika Zambian National Park.
Okay.
We have officers also there,
Sure.
Zambian officers.
So the headquarters of the rangers is here in Chilinda.
Here.
And have you had any bad instances of poaching recently?
It's actually, we had about 10 poachers came through from the eastern side.
What kind of animals were they poaching?
Basically, they go for the big Irans
Okay.
and the roan.
All right.
Yes. And orchids. At the moment, I think we do also have a problem of orchid poaching.
Orchids, like
Yeah.
the flower?
Yes.
So let's hope for the weather to clear up and maybe we can be on our way. What do you think about that?
It would be beautiful.
The Nika National Park is situated between 2,000 and 2,600 meters above sea level. It was discovered by Scottish missionaries in 1890, who came here to flee the malaria epidemics. That was the beginning of British colonization in this region of Africa.
We were hoping that it was going to clear up overnight, but unfortunately it looks like it's even worse now. You can see the fog has rolled in. Maybe visibility is 50 meters, and I need at least 2 kilometers to be able to take off. So as of now, we're grounded. So we're just making sure the plane is ready to go when the weather clears. So you really have to be very careful. Yeah, I think safety is paramount up here for sure.
Nika is the country's largest wilderness area, a haven of nature, silent and unspoiled. Over 400 different animal species have been recorded here, among which the plain zebra and the large roan antelope. It also has one of the largest populations of leopards in southern Africa.
You're working in the morning and in the afternoon you're on a game drive. I don't think many people get to do that, so it's nice. It's one of my favorite places. I don't get to go here as often as I want. If I could choose, I'd be here every week, but that also makes it special. You only come here now and again, not all the time. So we're in the middle of nowhere here. Although we're close to civilization, if you think about it, you fly for 1.5 hours and you're in the biggest city in Malawi, but up here you feel alone. It's 3,100 square kilometers of wilderness and only animals, no one else around really. So it's nice to get out of the city and have a break,
fog has finally lifted. Freddie and Paston will be able to make their surveillance flight over the park.
In many ways, a buzzard soaring above is the ultimate form of flying, you know, without engines. But that said, birds can be very dangerous as well for pilots, especially buzzards like that. They weigh 4 or 5 kg, you know. If you get one of them through the front windshield, you can crash easily. So you always have to remember you are flying in Africa where there are wild animals, and things can go from good to bad very quickly if you're not 100% focused. Some supplies.
That's nice.
Yeah.
It's a heavy block.
Maybe we should put them down.
Okay.
So we have some pens, some pencils, and some notebooks for the kids.
All right, that would be very
It's not so much, but I hope it's just a little token gesture.
It's very difficult as we have a lot of kids that are coming from poor families, impoverished. Some are orphans, some don't have a father or a mother. So usually we have to provide books for them and at least feed them once a day.
Keeping the surrounding clean. All right. Dusting, all right. That is one way. Another point. Very good. Picking up litter.
I think Africa offers a lot of possibilities for pilots that you don't get anywhere else. But you also have to be committed to it. You can't just say, "Oh, I go 6 months." You have to do it for a while, and then you'll have the opportunity to build a lot of hours. But you will never get rich. That's just the way it is. But it's good fun.
Freddie feels right at home in Malawi, this wide open country with such a big heart. And he's not about to leave it. Teresa is a champion, one of her country's top athletes. She runs with determination in pursuit of her dreams of victory, medals, and a better life.
Sometimes when I run, I reach a state when I don't feel anything anymore. I surpass the pain, I surpass myself, my body relaxes. When I'm training, I think of other athletes all over the world. I try to imagine the way they run, I try to do the same thing. I copy them.
Teresa trains 3 times a week here at the foot of Mount Mulanje, the emblematic mountain of Malawi. At 3,000 meters, it is the country's highest mountain.
Running is my life. If I'm sick, I run and I feel better. When I have an attack of malaria, I run and it just goes away. Running is my medicine. My name is Teresa Master. I started running when I was 12, so I've been running for 13 years now. I'm one of the women who wear the colors of Malawi. I run so that people can know my country better, and I would like to run in international meets. My dream is to take part in the Olympic Games.
It's market day in Mulanje, the country's southernmost city.
I live in Tembela, a village near Mulanje. When I finish running, I come home to take care of my family. I'm married and have a child. My daughter goes to the daycare center. When I'm not running, I take care of the house. I do the housework like all the other women. I tend the garden, do the washing, I take care of my child, I do the cooking.
Living in such poverty, one must stick together and fight for survival. So Teresa and her husband Felix have founded a little track club. They named it Sapitwa, after Mulanje's highest peak. Every year, they run in the Porter's Race, an extreme trail race of 25 kilometers. Teresa has won this event 8 times. In spite of her numerous victories, she and Felix earn a very modest living, a few euros a month.
Let me tell you our story. Teresa Master and I met here at the track club. I asked her if she wanted to be my girl. She said yes, and we got married. We run with our club. For us, running is our profession now. We don't have any other job. Teresa and I take things very seriously. We run in order to earn our living.
Our club is becoming more and more well-known, and a lot of people come offering us help. It's very encouraging, and it gives us hope. When people come, I tell them we need shoes, we need clothes. We thank them for their help.
Teresa, 25 years old, would love to become Malawi's #1 marathon runner, so she trains relentlessly. Thanks to running, she can keep her dreams alive and better her everyday life. Here, close to half the population is under 16. It's as if the young athlete were carrying all the hopes of the youth that dreams of outwitting fate in this country where 3 out of 4 people live on less than €1 a day.
Easy. Go easy. Take a break. Let me know when you've caught your breath. This is a good workout. It's not hard for her. She's used to it. She has to rest now. Then we'll work on speed. The marathon is very difficult. It's a long distance for Teresa. So we're training for her to be able to go the distance. Okay, now your arms. Go on, use your arms. Loosen up. That's it.
Medium pace. Yeah. Mikono izima sula kwa mbili. Basi jibwino.
People think that when you're married, when you have a child, you can't run or compete. That's why I like it when she runs well, to prove to those people who think like that they're wrong. You have to surprise people. She's my wife and I love her. I'm very proud of her.
Felix is my coach and my husband at the same time. But I really prefer the husband. The two of us make a good team. We get along well. I love him.
Felix, who is also a marathoner, takes good care of his champion. He encourages her to attain her goals. Since they've decided to found a family, Teresa and Felix are motivated by the same desires. And for some time now, life has been treating them well. For Teresa, running has given meaning to life, and she still hasn't reached her limits. Her quest as a long-distance runner is far from over. Once a year, the Porter's Race takes place on these twisting mountain trails.
I used to live at the foot of the mountain. When I was a child, I used to come here to gather wood. I would scamper all over the place. That's how I got into training. At first, I would run with my girlfriends. And that's how I got into running seriously. In my first race up Mount Mulanje, I finished 6th. I was 12 years old. The next time I came in 3rd, then 2nd, and eventually I came in 1st. Now I win the race every year.
This mountain, called the Island in the Sky, is also the home of legends. They say that a bizarre creature, half man, half monster, lives up on the summit. Anyone that looks into its eyes disappears forever. Teresa has never gone all the way to the top of Mulanje.
I want to keep making progress and go far. To participate in the Olympic Games and, why not, come away with a gold medal. It would be very important for Malawi, which has never won a single Olympic medal. If I could manage to do that, it would put my country on the map. And I would be very proud of that.
Someday, in Malawi, they may recount the legend of Teresa Master, a determined young woman who dreamed of running the world over. Somewhere on Earth is off to discover Cape Verde, an archipelago of 10 or so islands situated in the Atlantic Ocean, 600 kilometers off the coast of Senegal. 10 little worlds whose sole natural riches are their mountains and their deserts, lands of stone and sand, tormented by the winds and currents. George lives on São Vicente, just across the water from a couple of uninhabited islands. They are a sanctuary, a last refuge for rare and endangered bird species. George and his brother are committed heart and soul to protecting these secret gardens. Santa Antão is the island mountain. Teo knows the island's every path and trail because he's hiked them all. From the harsh mineral desert to the lush tropical vegetation, this island is a land of contrast. Child of the wind and waves, Mitu is a kiteboarding champion. The ocean is where he lives and plays. He grew up in Sal, and his island has now become one of the world's favorite spots for surfing sports.
Sometimes I come here on my own, and there's not a single person. No noisy cars, nothing. And I think this is incredible. This is something money just can't buy. This is natural, and it's mine. It's great.
Set down in the ocean, lost out in the vast expanse of the Atlantic, the Creole islands of Cape Verde possess an air of mystery. Up until the 16th century, the archipelago didn't even figure on the charts. And we don't know who really discovered them first, the Arabs or the Portuguese. The archipelago is made up of 10 islands, 9 of them inhabited, plus a few islets. Dark volcanic rocks exposed to the waves and currents. Each island has its own shape, its own story. Each one of these worlds is separated from the others by kilometers of open sea, often impassable on windy or stormy days. The inhabitants, so often cut off from each other and from the rest of the world, have learned to rely on themselves. São Vicente is one of the most arid of the Creole islands of Cape Verde, a volcanic, barren island with sparse vegetation. Still, George has found his place in life on this island, here where he lives in close contact with the fishermen. These Cape Verdean fishermen who scan the ocean on the lookout for schools of tuna.
When I first got here, there was no electricity, no telephone, no cell phones. For years I lived in Callao on my own, without electric light. But I was happy, because I was part of the fishing community. The most important thing is to be close to the sea, close to the people, and doing your best to help them.
Callao, the village where George lives, is surrounded by volcanoes, lava and stone cirques that George never tires of exploring.
From here, you can take in all this beauty, the wind, the blackness of the rocks, the fishhawks' nests, everything that makes this a mythical spot. For many people, the Viana volcano is even a mystical spot.
A lunar volcanic landscape. Here on São Vicente, where George lives, it never rains, or almost never. It's a stark island that vibrates with raw, wild beauty. Only the skies that blanket it know where it is. From afar, you'd think it were uninhabited, abandoned by mankind on account of its extreme hostility. From his house, George can see the island of Santa Luzia in the distance. With only 35 square kilometers, it is one of the smallest of the Cape Verde Islands. It's also what gives George's life meaning. Santa Luzia is 1 hour by boat from São Vicente. An hour in good weather, because when the sea gets rough, the channel becomes impossible to cross. As a child, George would watch the fishing boats making for Santa Luzia full sails ahead. That's when the island became a dream for him, like a promise for the future. When George was 15 years old, he finally did go to that island with his parents. When he first set foot on this land, he was wonderstruck. Yet he had no idea that this little scrap of land would play a major role in his life. Santa Luzia acts like a magnet to seafarers. Some have even tried to settle there, to raise cattle, in vain. Too far from everything, lacking water and resources. One by one, the settlers vanished. The island had gotten the better of them.
I can't find any work on land, so I have to turn to the sea. There are not a lot of fish, but I have a family to feed. So we fish every day, and we catch a few each time. We didn't get much today so far. This is a good spot. There are fish here. So we fish this area for 4, 5, 6 days. Then we head back.
This is our livelihood, how we put food on the table. They're counting on us back home. We all sleep on Santa Luzia, even if it's cold, and even if we're getting rained on.
As it has always been, in the evening, the fishermen find shelter here on the beach of Santa Luzia. They'll sleep right on the beach.
It's such a pleasure to be here, far from everything, with no telephone, no electricity, with no news of the world that's in such a state, all topsy-turvy, far from the political wrangling. This peace and quiet makes you feel as if you were on another planet. Santa Luzia is completely separated from the troubled worlds of Africa, Europe and Asia, with the wars and famine. Here, you're in a cocoon, and I like to savor those moments.
This is a great place. I leave the island on Saturday, and I come back on Monday, and it's always a pleasure to come back here. I especially like it when the sea is calm. There's a nice beach where we can land, and it's a free space. But it rains sometimes, and that's too bad, because things are harder then. But usually there's no problem. I've never left this place, in fact. It's my life, you know.
Silver is the skipper of a fishing boat. He's one of those sailors who has learned how to live with the sea rather than buckling under to it. And he does devote all his time to it. The fishermen patch their sails with rice and flour sacks.
We try to use the sail as much as possible, rather than the motor. The best sacks are the blue ones. They last a good 3 years. The white ones, on the other hand, no more than 6 months. Sometimes you just have to redo the sail completely. Otherwise, little pieces keep ripping away and you lose too much time patching it.
As soon as the sea is calm enough, George sets out to meet his brother Zay. This morning, he'll pass by the island of Santa Lucia and head for the outer reaches of the archipelago towards Razo, a tiny islet cut off from the rest of the world. That's where his brother, Zay, a rabid nature lover, comes to stay several times a year. Now they are both wholly dedicated to protecting this timeless spot. George is proud of Razo. Thanks to the efforts of the two brothers, this zone has been declared a protected area, a closed reserve for rare animal species. It's the refuge and breeding grounds of an endangered species found nowhere else, the Cape Verde shearwater, known here as the Carache.
Eating Cagara chicks is a custom that dates back to the 19th century. From the time when ships, Portuguese caravels, would sail through here, the sailors of the time would eat these birds on their way out to India or to Brazil. It's an old custom. It's difficult to change people's mindset.
To its great detriment, this bird has the reputation in sailors' lore of being an aphrodisiac, like rhinoceros horn or shark fins, and of curing certain ailments. George is fighting these long-entrenched beliefs in order to save the shearwater. Meet Zay, George's brother. He has come to check on an Alcatraz chick, another species that, thanks to him, continues to flourish and fly. On these few square kilometers of land, Zay enters into a different dimension.
When I touch one of these birds, it's as if I were touching God. For me, they represent God. It's something that's very difficult to explain, because what I feel is a connection with the very forces of creation. For me, it's like touching God, life itself.
The battle these two brothers are waging seems to be turning to their favor. The colonies of birds here are growing each year. This Cagara that Zay's banding flew here from Argentina to lay one single egg. It was wounded when Zay rescued it. He fed and cared for it. These birds eat only raw fish, so every day Zay had to chew up whole fish and regurgitate them into its beak.
How much money do I make with this work? nothing.
Eu ganho sim. Aqui.
But what I earn is in my heart.
A felicidade que você tem quando você tem uma ave que está
The
morrendo.
supreme satisfaction is to nurse a dying bird back to health.
Você consegue recuperá-la. Desculpa.
The joy of rescuing a bird that's dying,
Você conseguir
and then to see it fly off again.
uma ave que está a morrer.
It's
Você
worth
vê na
all the
tua
gold in the world.
Paga tudo. Desculpa. Não há
At that
nada no
moment,
mundo
nothing on
que
earth
possa
can match
pagar
the
essa
happiness I
alegria
feel.
que eu sinto.
Coming into Razo, there's nowhere to beach. So George moors his boat and dives in to meet his brother on this island of birds.
É sempre uma grande alegria a gente estar neste trabalho.
Working together is really fantastic.
Nós temos, como ele já tinha citado há pouco, nós desde
We grew up
crianças
near these wild islands,
neste
Santa
ilhéu,
Luzia and Razo.
Luzia, Ilhéu Branco, e nós fomos criando.
Our parents passed on to both of us their love of nature and the desire to protect it.
Tentar salvar. Estar aqui
Being
com
together
eles
here today on this
neste ilhéu,
island makes me
é
feel
uma
so
grande alegria
happy
porque
because we have a
estamos
common
unidos
goal.
neste mesmo trabalho.
We're trying to
Tentar
pass on
para
our
continuar e
determination to
tentar
preserve this
transmitir aos
spot.
outros, não só aos parentes, mas aos amigos, às pessoas que trabalham com a gente.
And the
para
work has to
tentar
go on.
dar a sequência do nosso trabalho.
George and his brother have brought this very fragile bird to Razo, a coruja, a small barn owl. George and Zay rescued it when it was a month old and nursed it back to health. And today they're releasing it.
Like any wild animal that hasn't learned from its parents, when it hasn't grown up in the wild, when it has never flown like this one here, when nobody has taught it how to fly, I think its chances of survival are close to zero. Go on, go on. This is your big chance.
Zay sleeps on the cliff with the birds. He's one of the family.
Sou feliz.
I'm happy, 100% happy. No ifs, ands, or buts. Unfortunately, few people attain this happiness, and that's because all their lives they just keep striving to accumulate material goods. Why? I think nature's greatest gift is being able to do something that you truly love. Not for the money, but because you feel good when you do it. There's nothing better.
As long as there are men like George and Zay, birds will continue to fly. At the western edge of the group of islands lies Santo Antão, an island mountain, a citadel of steep cliffs. It's one of the highest islands of Cape Verde. The inhabitants here are more turned towards the interior than towards the sea. It's the most fertile island of the group. But up on the high plateau, it's practically a desert. Theo grew up in a family of farmers in the southern French Alps. His ethnology studies took him to Africa, to Mali, and that's where he first became interested in Cape Verde. It was the music of the islands that caught his attention. Theo has spent the past 10 years exploring these islands, one after another. He fell in love with one of them, Santo Antão.
It's dangerous here. I'll show you how to get across. You have to go slowly. It's slippery. When I'm in this type of place, I know it's a bit selfish, but I feel very lucky to be here. In Cape Verde, you fly from Boa Vista, a very arid island, and in an hour you're on São Vicente, which is totally different. Then an hour by boat and you're on Santo Antão. You've gone from arid dunes to lush tropical valleys. Santo Antão, you'll find all that on a smaller scale. You walk just a few hours and you're on the arid side. Then you pass over wooded peaks. You go down into a lush valley where there's lots of water with banana and coffee and guava trees. And you can wind up on the arid cliffs overlooking the sea and black sand beaches. It's a characteristic of all the Cape Verde Islands, and this one in particular, because it has such marked contrasts.
Theo got it right. This island has given him the life that he loves and loves to share with others. These valleys, with their rich savors and aromas that descend all the way to the sea, are called ribeiras. These trails have been carved right into the cliff face, a long winding series of twists and turns that connects the inhabitants. On Santo Antão, walking is not a pastime, but a necessity.
There are very few roads in Cape Verde, so a good part of the population lives at a fair distance from the roads, and many of the valleys, mountains, and landscapes are accessible only by foot. I'm lucky because I've always liked clambering about, ever since I was a kid. And I've always been curious to go see what's over the next crest, what it's like on that peak. It's quite natural for me.
These trails all lead to remote villages or a few inaccessible farms. Sugarcane, yams, mangoes, papaya. The people here work the land. They reclaim farmland from the mountain. This is where Maria Tita lives. Over time, she and Theo have become friends.
Well, I was born, raised, and married here. My children were all born here, and I love this place. You have the peace, the smell of the water, the calm. It's a good life. The problem is the trail. We're far from everything. I'm happy here, and I'll stay as long as I can. But when I don't have the strength to tackle that path anymore, then I'll have to leave. That trail is really a tough one.
Thelma and Marlene have different plans for the future. These two architecture students want to become guides. Theo is teaching them a business full of promise here and a way to share their country. They'll have to learn how to read these steep trails, for none of them is marked.
We're on the Planalto Norte, the northern plateau, where the summit is over 1,900 meters high. It's a sparsely populated cattle-raising zone. There are only a few herders. It's fairly arid, and it's pleasant here because you don't run into many people. It's a stark mineral landscape with a lot of wind. This is a fabulous spot. You get the feeling of wide open spaces. You feel that there are no limits. It's all very open, and you can roam wherever you want. You see this mountain? You follow this path here. We're right here. It's marked 1,300 meters.
Maybe we could cut across here.
No, this mountain is much too dangerous. We don't even try. We have to go this way, or this way. Here it's too dry. I had a French teacher who would say, freedom doesn't mean having no constraints. It means having the constraints that you like, that you value and accept. That's how it is for me. The constraints of my work aren't really constraints, because it's something I love doing. I'm in my element. I feel free, and that gives me great satisfaction. I really like this stretch because we started out in a fairly green valley, then we crossed a very arid zone, and here we are again coming into a totally different landscape with a lot of green grass, crops, and water. And further on, you can see the beach, the sea. You can experience so many contrasts in a single day's hike. It feels like you're crossing 3 or 4 different countries. That's what I like about this island.
I like camping. It's really great. We hiked quite a bit today. We discovered a lot of spots. We were lucky to make it here and to cook some food. Plus, we get to enjoy a sunset like this one. It's just awesome.
When I arrived here, there were very few Cape Verdean guides. You could count on one hand. It should be Cape Verdean guides working here in their own country. The Cape Verdeans are very attached to their country. They want to stay here, and if there's a way to do that, then they'll seize that opportunity. What's quite gratifying is that the profession of guide is new here, and it's great to take young people who don't know anything at all about it and to get them started in the right direction. But we can't teach them everything because we don't know it all ourselves.
When I see a sunset like that, I want to paint it. It's so beautiful. It really moves me. It's stunning. I want to capture it forever on canvas.
Theo, Thelma, and Marlin are coming up to the Tarrafal Valley. Not too long ago, this corner of the island was completely isolated, forgotten, more easily accessible by the sea than by land. Tarrafal is a testimony to the hardships of life here in Cape Verde. All through the islands, there's an ongoing struggle for water. Centuries ago, the farmers channeled the mountain springs to their terraced plots. And thanks to this traditional irrigation system, they can still grow fruit and vegetables today.
There's not much land, but we do have water. There are the mountain springs, so they've just built this to grow yams. This is how they irrigate, and it works just fine. This is a mountainous island. The clouds get caught, it rains in the mountains, then the pipes bring the water down to irrigate the valleys below. That's why the valleys are so green. It's striking to see how arid the plateaus are, a real desert. And when you arrive here and you see the deep greens, it's just so pretty in the sunlight, so wonderful. There's no cell phone coverage here. You're isolated, on your own. And if you come here after a hard week's work, it's simply magic.
Tarrafal is really at the end of the earth. This is Theo's favorite spot. He's even planning to get himself a little fisherman's cabin here.
I think that the special thing about Cape Verde, aside from the landscapes, the beauty of the country itself, so full of contrasts, where nature is still so unspoiled, the special thing of Cape Verde is its people, full of enthusiasm, full of the joy of living, and with a deep sense of hospitality and generosity that you hardly find in other countries. Or in any case, not the way you find it here. Because these are very often simple folks, but they're willing to share everything they have, even if it's very little. 2 bananas or a piece of goat's cheese.
The thing about kite surfing is that you're in direct contact with nature. When you put your hand in the water, you touch the water, you feel the wind blowing, and then when you jump, you're suspended in the air. You listen to the wind and the breaking waves, and that is such a thrill. It's my drug. Then after, in the evening, you're so tired. You sleep like a log, and then you wake up to the waves, the wind, and the kite.
The island of Sal is in the easternmost part of Cape Verde. It gets its name from the abundant salt deposits found here. Nothing grows here on the island. It's dry, flat, barren, desolate. It was the last island settled because man was not welcome here. The trade winds blow here 10 months a year. They stir up the ocean and seem to want to reshape the island to make it even more inhospitable. In the center lies a desert of dust. The constant winds carry sand from the Sahara and deposit it in this stark wasteland. The inhabitants live turned towards the ocean and the waves. This is the favored playground of the young Cape Verdeans. Sal, with 350 days of sun a year, the waves and the trade winds, is known as the Hawaii of the Atlantic.
Well, first off, my name is Oteniel Jorge Montero. That's my real name, but here in Santa Maria, everyone calls me Mitu Montero. I was born in Cape Verde, on the island of Sal, and I grew up here. The sea is my life.
Kitesurfing is Mitu's passion. It's a sport that combines the force of the wind and the power of the waves. Mitu, 28, is two-time world champion, and thanks to that he has traveled the world. At first glance, kitesurfing seems like a simple sport, but it is in fact very subtle, an interplay of kite and slipping along the surface of the ocean.
Wow, the swell's getting bigger. Look at that wave. I was competing abroad. I was in Peru and in Mauritius. Then I spent some time in Italy, but I wanted to get back to my little island and just kind of chill out. Now I want to hit the waves. For the past 4 days, there hasn't been enough wind, so I went surfing and did some fishing, but now I'm itching to get back into the water. My specialty is the waves. I use a surfboard when I'm kite surfing. So I use the wind. It's my motor to get into the wave. Then I stabilize the kite and I start to surf the wave. I'm doing two sports at once, kiting and surfing. For me, kite surfing means freedom. You're out in nature. You're listening to the sounds of the sea, the waves, a fish jumping. There's nothing else like it. It's total freedom. I think this is simply paradise. It's hot, you can get the sun, the water's warm, you have the wind, the waves, all the conditions in the world right here on this little island. I don't have to take a 10-hour flight to get to a spot, fly 2 hours for another spot. Here, within 5 minutes, I have the best conditions in the world. Africa is that way. You hit Senegal first. Europe is that way, and Brazil is over in that direction. There you have it.
Surfing sports, a lifestyle that draws the enthusiasts together, whatever their culture. When Jérôme landed in Salles 20 years ago, he realized right away that this was where he would be able to live out his passion for the sea. Jérôme is now Mitou's surfing partner, and no longer a stranger on these lands swept by the trade winds. He was one of the pioneers of surfing in Cape Verde, and he never left. Like many, he was spellbound by the raw beauty of the islands.
It's really wild. Perfect. You have the sun, the water's beautiful, and even at this time of year, it's still warm. This is going to be just great.
When Jérôme arrived here, he was a windsurf instructor. And he's the one that gave me my first windsurf board. He's a great friend, and we go surfing together. We do all these sports together.
Hitting the water nearly every day is like a daily baptism for me. It's a necessity, a very deep passion. You always have to be ready to fulfill your passion, because if an opportunity presents itself, you have to be there to seize it. It may not be there tomorrow, and we neither, for that matter.
The island of Salles was totally unknown in the 1980s. A few surfing and windsurfing buffs who just happened on this spot found that it had ideal conditions for those water sports: sun, wind, and waves. They were the first to cut the waves in the waters off Cape Verde. Mitou was drawn to the ocean right from his early childhood. When he was 8, he picked up an old abandoned board and set out to challenge the waves. In his hunger for excitement, he went out and learned on his own.
Yeah, there's no hassle here, that's for sure. You have the sound of the waves and the wind. That's it. Total freedom. It's too good to be real. It's excellent.
When kite surfing came along, it changed Mitu's life. Thanks to him, his hometown, Santa Maria, has become a must on the circuit for surfing enthusiasts of all kinds. Now he teaches kite surfing to the children of his village. But when learning, he instinctively discovered the basic gestures and moves necessary to master this sport. But without technique or experience, it was sometimes a school of hard knocks.
Once I took the sail kite and went out on the water. I did a few runs back and forth, smooth as silk, and then the sail collapsed into the water, and I had no idea how to get it back up into the air. So I'm heading out to sea, and the lines are getting all tangled up. It took me 2 hours to swim back to shore. And when I got back to the beach, I was dead, and I had this huge tangle of spaghetti. I was trying to untangle it for 3 hours, and I just wanted to take a knife to it. But all that was positive. It gave me experience.
It's this experience that Mitu would like to transmit to these children of his island and even beyond. He feels the need to share this school of life with them. On Sal, there are no rides or merry-go-rounds, so Mitu introduces the kids to his strange kite.
The wind and the waves, that's where I get all my energy. Every time I'm out there kiting or surfing, when I catch a wave, it gives me a charge of energy, and that makes me want to live even more. It's something really good. It's very natural. It's hard to explain. You have to experience it. Sometimes you're in the water and you see this orange sunset. The sun's sinking into the water. And sometimes I come here on my own and there's not a single person. No noisy cars, nothing. And I think, this is incredible. This is something money just can't buy. This is natural and it's mine. It's great.
For Mitu, the waves have been his road to freedom. Now he has acquired the wisdom of world travelers, and he knows that his greatest riches are right here, on his island in the middle of the Atlantic. Tanzania, land of wild animals, Kilimanjaro, and Zanzibar. Javed the photographer will take us to discover his island, Zanzibar. In this Tanzanian archipelago that combines the colors of Africa and the Orient, music and the heady fragrance of spices blend into the sea. Tanzania is also a great jungle book. Pascal the guide will take us on a trip through a wild world that is like something from the dawn of humanity. Kilimanjaro, the highest summit in Africa, in the middle of the land of the Washaga people. Simon the marathon runner holds the record for the ascent and descent of Kilimanjaro. This mountain is his whole life.
Today, we benefit greatly of this mountain. This is not only the Wachaga people, this is a treasure for my country.
We approach the eastern coast of Africa by the Indian Ocean. Zanzibar, a mythical name, an archipelago of nearly 75 islands that was united to nearby Tanzania in the 1960s. Only some 15 of the islands are inhabited. Zanzibar is an important port of call on sea routes. The main island is called Unguja. For a long time, it had a reputation as an important and flourishing trading post, a port from which the famous dhows set sail for far-off destinations. Javed is a photographer. We could even say he is the photographer of Zanzibar. His family came from India and settled here more than a century ago. For the last 15 years or so, Javed has been photographing life on the archipelago. He now has a collection of more than 50,000 photos. To show his work, Javed started his own publishing house and bookshop in Stone Town, the main town on the island. He publishes on the average 3 books of photos a year. These books, dealing with the history and culture of his country, have been translated into many languages. This may sound like a success story, but it was necessity, not choice, that led Javed down this path. After repeated refusals of his work, he decided to take his future into his own hands.
When I did my photography in UK, I had approached almost all the publishers in Europe and says, look, I've just finished and I'm going to Zanzibar and I want to do a book on Zanzibar. Everyone said, sorry, there's no market for Zanzibar. There's no commercial market. Zanzibar is too small. I mean, we do books where it would sell millions or at least 5,000, 10,000. I had approached every big publishers. I'm talking about 93, 92, 94. Everyone said Zanzibar is not our market. So I said, well, if no one else wants to do it, I'm going to do it.
Javed also launched a regular magazine on life in Zanzibar. He gets to see local life from a privileged point of view, so he invited us to come along with him as he works. It's a rather eclectic program, but fascinating to watch.
That's the one which is going to go into that. Okay, so you're still following it up, eh? All right, okay.
This one morning, Javed started out by looking up into the air. He wanted to photograph the first colors of what to us look like simple buds.
This is the king crop of Zanzibar. Zanzibar has always depended on cloves. During 60s and 70s, Zanzibar used to earn export earnings on this. However, now tourism is taking more, bringing more revenue in terms of cloves. Clove trees, when it's in season, you can smell cloves. Everywhere you go, you smell cloves, you see cloves. All the village people, everyone, they're working on the cloves. In the evening, they come and take all the cloves out from the tree. Next day, they put it on the floor and they dry it. So it takes 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. This is Zanzibar nutmeg and mace. And in Zanzibar, they make the powder of this. And for the wedding night, they always give it to bride. So she gets a bit of a high. And this is the secret of Zanzibar wedding. If there's no nutmeg and mace, there's no wedding in Zanzibar. Yes, smell of Zanzibar. The smell of Zanzibar wedding.
The name Zanzibar is, of course, closely associated with the spice trade. Cardamom, pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon, cumin, cloves, all these spices contributed to the wealth and reputation of this island. Many merchants settled here, bringing with them their cultures and their traditions. Zanzibar, a blend of colors, of smells, but also of ethnic groups and civilizations. But the history of Zanzibar also has its somber side. For a long time, the archipelago's fortune was also built on the slave trade. Up to 50,000 human beings passed through the docks of Stone Town every year. They were sold here before being transported to other countries. Even after slavery was abolished, the traffic continued in clandestine places here, and the slave trade went on until after the end of the First World War.
عالمنا دورة عالمنا دورة عالمنا دورة عالمنا دورة.
This woman is undoubtedly one of the last survivors of that tragic era. Bikidude is 98 today, or 105. She doesn't really know herself. But Bikidude is not just the memory of a bygone age. She is above all a voice, a respected, even admired voice in Zanzibar. Javed has just finished a book about her, and like any artist, she signs her name to it, written in Arabic. It's the only word she knows how to write, the only word she knows how to read.
Nobody ever taught me how to sing. I started when I was 10 and have been singing ever since. That's right. I learned how to sing in the Arab dhows. Do I still sing? Of course I do. How would I eat if I didn't sing? I'd live on thin air? You're kidding.
Then Javed takes us to see, and more importantly to hear, an all-female orchestra. Women who take up music and play under a man's direction, this may sound normal, but here it's a great step forward. In this country with its double Arabic-African influence, women's freedom is not always encouraged. The creation of this musical ensemble is a first that Javed didn't want to miss.
You know, there are some people who do not allow their children or their daughters or their wives to perform with men, you know, men and women group. But they allow them to have to participate in women groups. So I think it's going to be an interesting, very interesting, to bring back these women groups whereby you find, because there are women who are very talented.
Well, these women started to play the music almost 2.5 months, not years. Nobody can believe about this.
And it will be for Zanzibar a new thing. And usually one starts, others start complaining, say, why women? But then later, all of them support. This is how life is.
The sound of the Tarab music with its multiple influences is still ringing in our ears, and already Javed is sweeping us off to another destination, Uzi Island. On this rather forgotten island, the inhabitants are somewhat wary of our approach and tend to avoid us. At first. The reason that Javed has come here is simple. He wants to photograph the mangrove forest, which after a period of regression has once again started to grow. These young shoots he is photographing are a true symbol of regeneration.
Very nice. This mangrove is lost think. It's just a new life has just grown over here. Very interesting. I like it.
Coming around a bend in the mangrove, we're greeted by one of the locals. In the beginning, Fazin was self-appointed guardian of the mangrove, but now the authorities have made his position official. He looks after the proper development of this fragile environment that is indispensable to the balance between so many species.
In Zanzibar, only now 2 villages, big mangrove like this. Here, Uzi, and we call it Chwaka.
Chwaka, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So here we just we prepared or we protect. Any person don't come to cut it.
When they cut the mangroves, what do they use the mangroves
They use it for charcoals.
Okay.
For charcoals only.
Only charcoals.
And charcoals, and to how to, if you want to go now to build a house, you can just for put a tin on for the house.
Boriti.
Yes.
Okay. So Sasabi, in Uzi Island, you do not allow them to cut.
Yes, that's this. If you cut this, we're gonna at the police station, and police come and mangrove is because mangrove to protect to say the bath. The fish is small, big fish come inside and bath here.
So all the big fish, they come here, and they give birth to babies, and they live here.
Yes.
Before they go out.
Yes. When the high tide, they move.
Okay. So if we cut the mangroves, we have no fish.
Yes, no fish.
If there's no fish, no fishermen.
Yeah, no fishermen.
And that means we're all in trouble.
Yes.
Which is the same species?
This same type. This mucho. This and this.
So there are 6 species you said, eh?
Five types of mangroves.
Oh, found on Uzi Island.
This is the seed of this type.
Okay.
Okay. So when you want to, they remove, they go like this. And this become how to grow. It grow itself. Don't come person to grow. It grow with itself. Yes.
But preserving the mangrove forest without maintaining the activities of the population is pointless. So for all parties to live in harmony, they have to try to develop alternative small-scale activities.
So this project of honey bee, how to prepare the honey. So we call this project of special for ladies of the village to prepare to take honey, and honey then is sold.
How many do you have this now? How
This
many
approximately
sites?
more than 20 those inside. So this called very nice honey for flowers of mangroves. Okay. But they normally they settle 3 months or 4th month they come to take off.
Back on the main island of Unguja, Javed, always on the move, takes us to Nungwi, the boat builders' village. This is where the famous boats are built, the dhows, that made the seafaring reputation of Zanzibar. Today, Javed has come to see the boat he is having built. He plans to sail through the whole archipelago, exploring the lesser-known nooks and crannies of the different islands, and capturing the light and the landscapes he feels so strongly about.
The people of Nungwi have been building the dhows for almost years, centuries. And this is the very famous place. All the master dhow-men from Nungwi, and Nungwi is renowned for making dhows for a lot of, and the traditions are passed from father to son, father to son. This is how people have learned. So basically, Nungwi is the dhow capital of the world, I would say. I would say dhow capital of Zanzibar, and I think that's the way it is. It takes about 3 months to make a boat, and it involves a lot of people. So you're looking at about 7-8 people working on for 3 months by the time the boat is finished. So it's a long, tedious work, and everything is done by hand. It's a labor of love.
Without blueprints, using only the eye's precision and a great deal of skill, these men build vessels that can face the whims and tantrums of the Indian Ocean and link the islands of the archipelago. Even if times have changed and Zanzibar has lost its prestige and its fame, Javed still looks upon these islands with the eyes of his passion and continues to capture with his cameras all the natural and human beauty of this land that he loves. Pascal is a retired professor of natural history.
Animals, animals, animals everywhere.
This nature lover knows how to read and interpret the local wildlife like an open book. At present, he volunteers his time to do observation missions for Tanzania's national parks. Discovering with him the Tarangire National Park, one of the country's lesser-known parks, is quite a treat, spiced up by his enthusiasm for this incredible wildlife refuge, one of the planet's privileged sanctuaries. Pascal got a special permission to leave the main trails to get a closer look at the wildlife. For Pascal, just being in the presence of the animals and observing them is an endless source of wonder.
I love nature, I love animals, I love the natural environment. I grew up as a young boy in the village, and we used to do a bit of hunting, and so I got used to wild animals, to birds, to plants and vegetation and natural environment. And then later on, as I grew up, I was trained as a naturalist and a wildlife manager.
The Tarangire Park contains the highest population density of elephants in the world. They are attracted to a marshy zone here and to the Tarangire River, a permanent source of water that gave its name to the park. This zone, the swamp as it is called here, attracts more than elephants. A multitude of species share this space, and large colonies of migratory birds come to winter here every year. Among all the species that live here, Pascal has a particular fondness for the elephants. He can spend hours observing their behavior and their movements.
You know, they walk in a kind of an extended line. If you look at it, you'll see that you have the mothers, leading the way, and then they have the babies in between, and then you have some behind, just to make sure that the babies are well protected. And they're coming to graze now in the swamp, and to drink too.
Here, the animals live together and share their territory where each one has its own niche. The animals roam free, and the humans stay in their four-wheel drive vehicles. There is real danger. This is not a zoo. The natural behavior of the animals must not be disturbed.
The trunk has so many functions. For breathing, for drinking, it sucks in water, pumps it in the mouth. Yeah, and for smelling, for fighting, for love making, caressing, it uses the same trunk. Yeah. When they're born, they weigh about 100 to 120 kilograms. They grow very quickly when they're young, and then when they start getting to at the age of 5, 6, they grow down slowly.
After their migration to different watering holes, the elephants regroup into smaller family units. The young in training are learning to use their trunks like a baby its thumb. Elephants are very protective animals. You're best off listening to Pascal's advice and not get too close to them.
That is Tarangire Hill.
End of the first day of our special elephant safari. But on the way back, nature treats us to yet another wonderful sight. Like at the beginning of time, animals still live here with their own rules in total harmony. The next day, Pascal tracks down a herd of buffalo. All of a sudden, we are the ones being observed. Buffalo are one of the big five. That is, the 5 most dangerous species of African wildlife.
These are social animals that live in a big herd. They are fairly dangerous. They have killed a lot of hunters. Hunters who thought they are just like cows, but in fact they are not. They are very cruel, and if you come very close to their babies. These animals, there are times when they lose their temper. You know, for example, if they've been wounded by a bullet and they are solitary, they are hiding somewhere, don't get very close to them. You know, when they're having their afternoon siesta or just a nap, they are resting and they are solitary, don't disturb them. If you do, they can be very wild. These are animals that can change their moods, like sometimes women can change moods too.
The proximity of water in the Tarangire attracts a large number of animals, and sometimes a big cat perched in a tree watches its prey with a lazy, unconcerned eye. Without Pascal's trained eye, we certainly wouldn't have spotted this leopard hidden up in the branches. He appears almost shy, but all his senses are alert. Then suddenly he feels that his territory is being invaded.
I enjoy just being in the wild. It is interesting to visit, to see these animals in their natural environment. They have different behaviors, different activities that they do, and it gives me a lot of spiritual satisfaction and recreation to some extent. And so I really enjoy. I don't mind being out in the bush for 2 months. I'm just very happy.
Somewhat apart from other species in the Tarangire Park, large groups of lions enjoy this vast hunting ground, abounding in easy-to-catch prey.
Lions are very common here in Tarangire, and as you can see in this river, where they have just killed a fresh zebra, and they love the zebra meat. The females are quick and fast, and they normally hunt as a team. So here, 6 of them have managed to hunt this zebra, and they are now feeding on it. Yeah, look over there.
A hunt begins before our very eyes. But this time, the zebra is too fast.
Usually these animals, although they are social, but when it comes to table manners, I think they have the poorest of it. Because even if there's plenty of food here, they still scramble for food. And sometimes, even if there are cubs here, they will eat first and the cubs will eat later.
During the lion's lunch hour, some unexpected visitors burst in on the scene. A strange vehicle with a rake antenna, an odd tool to bring to the feline's feast. Quick introductions are made and we learn that these people are scientists who are tracking and counting the different prides of lions.
Yeah, we have about 6 radio collars that help us to follow the population trend, and also we collect range use pattern. We're estimating that the ecosystem has about 400 to 500 lions, the entire ecosystem, Tarangire and the surrounding areas. They're decreasing actually because of the human-lion conflicts, the retaliatory killing from the pastoralists surrounding Tarangire National Park, and also the hunting activities.
Others are also waiting for their share of the food. The vultures are the park's garbage disposal crew.
You know, these are carrion eaters. And the reason why they're here is because they have spotted these lions eating this zebra meat here. So they're hanging around, you know, just waiting for the lions to go so that they can come close and feed on the leftovers. These birds are so important in the ecosystem because, you know, they're the ones who cleans up everything. Otherwise, the whole area would have been smelling, you know, awfully.
Pascal is curious about everything. He knows this territory like the back of his hand, and he wanted to show us another animal. An animal one encounters sometimes here, a strange, even improbable creation of nature.
That is one of the largest monitor lizard around here, which has a total length of about 2.5 meters. And they are here because they feed, there is enough food for them. They feed on catfish. There are a lot of catfish in this swamp. Yeah, the lizard is there. It was trying to climb a tree, I think, to go and check if it can get some eggs of some birds, because it also feeds on eggs. Those are what we call Maasai giraffe, and there are quite many in Tarangire. There are quite many, you know, moving around and feeding on the acacia leaves. You know, they are kind of prehistoric animals that you know, still exist on Earth today. They don't have many predators because of they've got very powerful eyesight, and they are fairly big. Because of their big size, the lions are the only predator that can kill, you know, the giraffe. And they wait until when they are drinking and they are bending their neck, then it is easy for them to ambush.
For Pascal, contemplating this sanctuary of nature means more than simply observing the animals. It evokes a particular train of thought.
I'm never bored with seeing these animals. I love coming to see these animals because They are quite interesting. They are very refreshing. They are beautiful to see. And every time I come here, it keeps my mind fairly cool. And so I have what you call peace of mind, when I'm out. And that makes life really good.
White Mountain, mountain of splendor, house of God. For the peoples of the Kilimanjaro, Africa's highest mountain has different names, different faces. Mount Kibo, almost 6,000 meters high, is the highest of the 3 peaks that make up Kilimanjaro. It is the true symbol of the whole mountain. Simon Mtui is a child of the Washaga tribe, and this mountain has given him everything. He was 16 years old when he first climbed to the summit of Kilimanjaro, his mountain.
This is a beautiful mountain. It has been my livelihood for 20 plus years of climbing this mountain and making my progress of life. It remains symbolic for Wachaga. It's a hidden place. It's a mountain of God. And when you get a punishment there from the cold, you have to believe it's a mountain that nothing exists there.
For the Washaga, this place is home to the spirits and their god Rua, who can bring the rains and ward off bad weather. In funeral ceremonies, the dead are buried facing Mount Kibo. And yet, according to their beliefs, this is not the original cradle of the Washaga people.
On the other side of the mountain, more the southeast, there's a small mountain called as the Kifunika. This Kifunika is a mountain where the Chaga people believe that's where the origins of Wachaga. We go there from our worship, and this mountain has so many places where Wachaga people do their sacrifice.
But now a persistent question dogs the mind of Simon and the other Washaga. What is the future of Mount Kibo and its glacier? Scientists believe that the glacier will have completely disappeared sometime between 2020 and 2025.
When I was a child, at the age of 16, when I summited the mountain the first time, basically the glacier were way down halfway the mountain. And this glacier now, they are not longer existing. You can just see little patch of the glaciers there, but it is almost gone. We need more scientific proof to understanding what is really going on this mountain. I feel sad. I feel like this is something that I would like my son or my children to come and see these amazing glaciers. And when I visualize what I've seen, when I see what I saw on the past, I feel imbalance. I feel like something is missing.
Simon, a native son of this land, is an enthusiastic runner, or more precisely, he's a professional marathon man. In 2006, he did the ascent and descent of Kilimanjaro in the amazing time of 9 hours and 21 minutes. Every year, Simon takes part in a number of international events, especially in different states in North America, where he is ranked among the best in endurance runs and ultramarathons. Simon trains almost every day here in the hills around Kilimanjaro, right where he was born. This tiny woman with the heavy load on her head is Simon's mother. She's 68. Like all the Washaga, she works every day on the family farm, where they raise livestock. She's somewhat less enthusiastic about her son's activity.
You say too much running. I say too much running it's okay but in the mountain. Now come the money. He say it's not a very good place to go. He say Kifoni is like a death zone. It's not a very good place to go.
Here in the family hut is where Simon was born, along with his 9 brothers and sisters. His family is always very surprised each time they see him returning home from the United States. But for Simon, the pull of his mountain is stronger than anything else.
I'm very happy here to live my life in the village. And I go every year for running, and I come back here. And my mother, she was very happy when I say to her, I go to America and I come back. And I go and come back. So even with my first time attempting to get a visa, it was very difficult because, for example, in American embassy, they have to ask you this question: what will make you to come back home? I say to them, my family. They say, what are you saying? I say, it's my family. So I come back for this. There's a good things on this country. Everything is possible here, and much easier than in US. You walk and you pay the bills. You walk, you pay the bills. Of course, you do the same here, but it's a different mentality.
Simon's father, a giant almost 2 meters tall. He's 85 and in fine health. He too still continues looking after his farm. But his real passion is raising short-legged chickens, as he calls them. They lay the best eggs in the village, or so he claims.
See, this is the mother of all the chicken with the short legs. It's a freedom. I feel like there's nothing after this. My heart, my body, I feel fresh after run. I like this every day. I do it.
Simon's garden is his pride and joy. He grows his own vegetables, 100% organic. No fertilizer, no chemicals. He uses only his own compost.
My father, he didn't know how to read or to write. So he teaches us how to grow maize, how to grow coffee, how to work hard. And I think I take this forward from my grandfather to my father, and today I want my son to enjoy the same thing.
Like all the Washaga, who are excellent farmers, he grows taro, bananas, rhubarb, some flowers, and his own coffee, 600 to 800 kilos a year.
If I wish to do more commercial, I will spray a chemical, but I don't do it. It's just let the nature live itself.
And that's not all he has to be proud of. Simon grows what are very exotic fruits for this region, strawberries, that he serves up to the travelers in his rural guest house that he has set up. The guests are mostly Americans.
I think there is a reason for the clients to come to the village. There's a reason for the clients to come to enjoy the culture, to talk to the people, to see the people of Wachaga. And not only to be with them on the mountain, also to learn how their livelihood, besides going on the mountain, besides going on the safari. So I make sure the clients come here, they get the richness of this country.
When he started to get a reputation in the United States, thanks to the marathons and endurance runs, Simon developed a network of relations. He receives his clients, Kilimanjaro climbing enthusiasts, in his rural guest house.
I want to make sure that everyone is aware of what you're going to go through. The climb is not a joke. It's not a walkabout. It's a mountain that you're going to climb. So you have to be very aware of what is going to go on with yourself. We know for sure the summit is not what brought you here. This is experience. We want you to have a full of experience, experience that you wish to come here for.
I actually heard about Simon when I was on the top of a mountain in Colorado. Someone who knew Simon from the distance running told me about him and wrote down the website, and that's how I found it. I discovered about 3 years ago that I really liked climbing mountains, and I'm kind of good at it, and so I wanted to come here and climb Kilimanjaro and see Africa as well.
You need to make sure you're drinking, you're eating enough. You need to make sure you're sleeping enough. You need to make sure you're warm enough. And when you arrive to the camp today, they're going to measure the vital sign again. What they're looking for is your O2 sat, your oxygen saturation, how much oxygen you carry in your body. Secondly, they're looking your heart rate.
There are several places I wanted to see in the world. I wanted to see Patagonia in South America and see Machu Picchu in Peru. But this has always been, I think, part of that dream is Africa and Kilimanjaro, as well as all the land around it.
And of course, we like you to have that dream to be on the top of Africa, the highest peak of Africa. We would like to be part of you to make sure, side to side, you're going to get that dreams. For us here today, for me and my staff and the farm, this is our dream have come true. And we hope that by the end of the day, your dreams is going to come true.
Simon, constantly on the lookout for new ideas to promote the region, has developed an ecotourism activity, mountain biking around Kilimanjaro. His first two customers, Peter and Tom, are two Americans working for local NGOs. The complete tour of the mountain, more than 200 kilometers, will take about a week of sometimes difficult cycling. But Simon also wants his guests to discover the region and appreciate local traditions and culture. Simon, the son of Washaga peasants, is a man with deep roots in his native land. But he's also a man of his times and always has his cell phone in his hand, no matter where he goes. He's in daily contact with the company he created in Moshi, 40 kilometers from his farm. Several times a week, he goes to his office, which is housed in 3 recycled containers. With the help of a secretary and an assistant, he plans the schedules for his organization, which can, when there are expeditions on, employ up to 30 people a day, including guides and porters. It took 4 days for Simon and his teammates to get to the west side of Kilimanjaro. Herds of large animals migrate through this region, which is more sparsely populated and arid than the eastern part. Most often, they're fleeing the droughts on the nearby Kenyan plateaus. The mountain bike trek runs between Kilimanjaro and Mount Meru, the second highest peak in Africa. With the expeditions to the top of Kilimanjaro and his new mountain bike trek, Simon's activity is progressing smoothly. With respect for the surrounding environment and with his own convictions, Simon has succeeded in creating his niche by combining a land of traditions where he grew up and the new challenges of a world that's evolving quickly, very quickly. But perhaps what sums up Simon best of all is the attachment and the deep respect he feels for his mountain.
This mountain supplies not only the climate, not only the glaciers, the water, the good weather around this mountain. And to today, we benefit greatly of this mountain. This is not only the Wachaga people, this is a treasure for my country.
Since his first climb as a porter at the age of 16, Simon has been working on making his dreams come true, taking his destiny into his own hands. In his own way, he has become a sort of symbol of Africa on the move, open to the curiosity of the world. What if the Garden of Eden really existed somewhere on Earth? Botswana, a land of savanna and desert in southern Africa, is heir to a wealth of wildlife. The region of the Kalahari covers almost the entire country and is a sanctuary for wild animals. From the desert sands to the oasis of a lush delta, the Okavango is the river that never reaches the ocean. It vanishes into the sands of the Kalahari. Botswana, with its 2 million inhabitants, has managed to preserve its magnificent wildlife. This is a safe haven for elephants.
You can't find a more beautiful sight than this, hey? This is paradise.
Someday, Botswana may be their last refuge. Tempe Adams, a young Australian biologist, has been studying African elephants, and for the last 4 years has been living an adventure here in Botswana. Tempe prefers roughing it in the splendor of the bush to the comforts of a laboratory in Sydney. Mogomotsi is flying with Tempe over the Chobe River, where thousands of elephants gather every year. The helicopter allows them to spot the herds that are beginning to move into the northern part of the country.
I first came to Botswana when I was 15 years old. It was a trip with my mum. My mum's always wanted to come here, and it was really exciting, and I completely fell in love. It was amazing. So that was over 10 years ago now, and I just kept thinking of ways that I could end up coming back and doing more work, or actually living, creating a life here and working and living here. From that first trip that we had the most incredible experience with some elephants down in an area called Savuti. And my elephant story started in Botswana. So it just, in a way, just felt completely right for me to come back after that experience. It was a way I wanted to learn more about them, and I was fascinated, completely hooked from that experience.
Botswana is home to the largest elephant population in the world, 130,000, more than a quarter of all of Africa's elephants. Almost everywhere else, elephants are being slaughtered by ivory poachers. In 2014, Botswana became the first African country to outlaw the hunting of all species of animals. Tempe is completing her doctoral thesis in zoology and at the same time working for an NGO, Elephants Without Borders. For 4 years, she has devoted herself to the cohabitation of humans and elephants, which presents certain problems.
Each of these colors represent a different elephant, a GPS satellite-colored elephant. So and each point represents hourly movements, where that elephant was at that specific hour. I'm basically trying to look at ways in which humans and elephants can coexist. So I think it's absolutely possible. With human development, with maintaining the wildlife as it is, I think it's absolutely doable. And that's kind of what I'm exploring, different ways in which we can coexist and getting the human side of the story, but I also very much study all the wildlife that comes into the human areas. And I think it's really promising. My results have been really promising. Like if we can make it work in Botswana, where we have the world's largest population of elephants, then I feel like we really could make it anywhere.
Thanks to her bird's eye view from the helicopter, Tempe has localized several families of elephants in the Chobe National Park. Now she's tracking them down on the ground. Her first contact is with a solitary male on the riverbank. The elephant doesn't seem too happy about the encounter.
So this is a teenage male. Hello. He's giving us a nice little warning. He's just checking us out. He's saying, "What are you doing down here? We've come to see you."
Simple intimidation. Elephants are unpredictable. Now that the sun is shining once again, the elephants all come out of the forest. Tempe spends days on end observing their behavior.
You can't find a more beautiful sight than this, hey? This is paradise. They just, look at them, they're just so magnificent. Every single time. It's like seeing good friends. Just these mature females, they're just, yeah, they're so unperturbed with us, and they've got the really, really tiny young calf, so often they'll be quite cautious when they've got a really tiny youngster, but not at all here. I mean, they're so comfortable. And they've come out, which is really lovely. Just as the rain stopped, they just came down onto the floodplain. And, oh, look, there's the youngster.
In The Roots of Heaven, the French novelist Romain Gary writes that elephants are the most beautiful and noble manifestation of life.
I live the dream. I get to be out here in paradise watching these incredible animals. Absolutely be exactly the kind of animals they're meant to be, and you know, it's completely, I'm speechless basically. And every day I have a moment absolutely every day when I live here of just going, wow, just total wow. I'm so content and so appreciative that I could be here.
Tempe is often on her own and is so passionate about her work that she has no qualms about spending a night out among wild animals.
I think it's honestly one of the biggest adrenaline rushes you can ever have, in a way that it reminds you of what it is to be human, and you get a primitive feeling. You're no longer the dominant. You're sitting out here, you're surrounded by wild animals, and you have to be respectful of them, and you are vulnerable here, especially at nighttime in the dark. And I think that feeling that it gives you is one of the best feelings in the world. It's a friendly reminder of our place, and I find that is something I think I'm quite addicted to.
The region where the Chobe River flows into the Zambezi borders 4 countries: Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Botswana. It's a major crossroads for trade and migration. 20,000 people share the area with thousands of elephants.
See how the fences are destroyed there? They come across the road, climb into the fences there, then walk or see there's no fence this side. Then they eat the fruits, the trees, so the elephants.
Tempe's friends nicknamed her Miss Elephant. Today, Stephen, a former safari guide turned filmmaker, is strolling the streets of Kazane with her. He's preparing a film on the coexistence between humans and wild animals.
No. Hi. Hello. How are you?
Well, how are you?
I'm good.
Oh, my goodness me, you have beautiful grass here.
Thank you.
Do you have a problem with the elephants here?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
And it's a problem.
It's a problem, yeah. So how often do you think they come in?
Sometimes they come every day, sometimes twice in a week. It depends.
It depends on the time of year, if it's dry season or wet season. Yeah. Wow.
Are you scared when they come in?
Yes, oh, my friend, yes, I'm scared because that thing is big. Oh.
And how do you make it go away?
I just run in the house, then I start clapping my hands, and then they run away.
Do they run away when you clap?
Yes.
They do. Yeah.
The sound makes them go away.
This coexistence can be problematic, but Tempe would like to convince all the inhabitants that it is possible to live in harmony with the elephants. Here in Kazane, corridors crossing the inhabited zones have already been cleared to allow the animals access to their watering holes.
The wildlife's really clever because the Botswana side is actually a protected forestry reserve, but on the Zimbabwe side it's a hunting concession. And obviously hunting is seasonal, so the wildlife will move between depending on when the hunting season's on to when it's not. So they know where the safer haven is and when they're not going to get harassed. So they'll often just move between these borders. So when we say, Botswana's elephant population or their wildlife population, it's actually they're constantly moving between the Zimbabwe and Botswana sides.
Elephants or animals have been there before. We're taking much of their territory by building more airports, more farms. We leave them with less space for food because we take up their trees, grass, and so they get confined in a small area whereby there's congestion and competition for food. That's what leads them to end up even attacking gardens or some farms for local farmers.
What I found in my work is elephants are adapting to different human practices and human behaviour, which is phenomenal. I mean, elephants know where's safe, they know where's not safe, they know when there's lots of human activity going on, they know when there's poaching, they know when there's civil war going on. I mean, we used to see a far greater movement of elephants going up into Angola, and that movement's really reducing now. And that was, I would say, would be a result of the war and the conflict that was going on there. And I think that's really the key to the future of elephants. and elephant management is they are now adapting to what we do, which I think is just phenomenal. And I think that shows a lot of promise for them. I have a perfect job. The best. Living the dream. The dream came true. I'm living the dream. Yeah, it was absolutely picture perfect. Look at it. I mean, with the sunset right now and the colors, and this bull just let us come all around him, and he was so relaxed and just eating the grass. It was just perfection.
Elsewhere in Africa, ivory poaching and an ever-shrinking territory could mean the death knell for the nation of elephants. Tempe, 26, knows the role she will have to play in preserving this earthly paradise. From observing them in Botswana, she has learned that the elephants of Africa are indispensable for the beauty of the world.
See, across this valley, where you see these big trees across the valley, starts the Kalahari. That's where we come from. Our forefathers come from there. That's where I grew up.
Prince Wright is a son of the Kalahari. This region of southern Africa, beyond the horizon of bush and savanna, is where he was born 42 years ago. Prince is passing on his love of the bush to Nimrod, his 14-year-old nephew. Now he's setting out with him on a voyage of initiation, a sort of rite of passage. It used to be that to become an adult, a young adolescent had to venture out into the bush alone and not come back to the village until he had killed an antelope.
We are close to Okavango Delta,
okay.
And which is the Okavango Delta is still in the part of the great Kalahari Desert, okay? In the middle of Norway, the Kalahari, the wilderness.
Nimrod still has a lot to learn about the wilderness, but he dreams of the day when he'll walk in the footsteps of his uncle, one of the country's best safari guides. Prince and Nimrod are descendants of the San tribe, the original inhabitants of this part of Africa. Prince has a bit of Scottish blood flowing in his veins as well. His history parallels that of southern Africa.
And then you put your feet under the tent because we are lifting it. We start from the top, right? Okay, lift up, and here you put
And here you put, okay. I think it's okay now. I started when I was very young. I was a shy person. In the village, I didn't like much in the village. As soon as the school closes, I rushed to the Kalahari because there I was surrounded by wildlife. I was surrounded by birds. I was sort of free to be out there to see things, not to see people all the time. As I grew up, I chose to become a guide so that I can stay close to nature like I always have been when I was a kid. And now I'm living happily being a guide because I've pursued my dream. This is what I dreamed to be, and this is what I am.
Understanding the bush. Prince inherited that from his father and the old bushmen he grew up with. This grasp of the wild can't be learned in school, but neither is it innate.
I take a lot of time at school, so I don't have that time to go and discover and know other animals. So this time I came here to learn about how they live and to see other animals that I didn't know and to see the physical features of Botswana that are preserved for the next generations.
This world of theirs is an invaluable treasure, and Prince wants to pass it on to Nimrod and his children. Botswana is a jewel of nature, where the animals roam freely. There's no other place on Earth that offers such a lavish display of eternal Africa. Prince, who's been a guide for more than 15 years, knows Botswana's most beautiful spots. His safari season lasts 6 months. During the southern winter, he travels thousands of kilometers in the national parks and reserves, which cover a good part of the country.
Look with your binoculars, you see that small protrusion in the water there. A small... See,
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it's a crocodile. He's probably looking at us. One needs to have experience of the bush, and he must know what's going on around, and he must be able to tell the signs of the wild, like footprints, like sounds made by animals, like sounds made by birds, and the behavior as well, because it helps a lot if you know the behavior, then you can tell what kind of situation that animal is in. Like, for example, if you hear a squirrel say, then you know that there is something which is not right. And the squirrel can see something that you cannot see. He's not very happy with us. The teeth are a dangerous weapon. They're about, the one on the lower jaw, they are about 45 centimeters. And when they fight, they open their mouths. See, they open their mouths. A hippo can open up to 95 degrees, and they poof like that. They can punch out on the flank of other opponents.
Nimrod pursues his apprenticeship in the savannah. Only 14 years old, and here he is feasting his eyes on nature in its purest state. For Prince and his nephew, this initiation voyage is also a way of reliving their history. The history of the San, the people of the bush, the first people of southern Africa. Their tribe of hunter-gatherers has been called those who follow the lightning, because they wander according to the availability of water and to the rhythm of the rainy season, always in search of fruit, roots, and water. Before nightfall, Prince makes a stop at the Kwapa camp. He wants Nimrod to meet one of the locals, a character straight out of the pages of Rudyard Kipling. Mike Reed runs the Okavango Guiding School. In the Reed family, they've been naturalists from father to son for 3 generations. Something to whet Nimrod's curiosity. The future safari specialists come here to train, just as Prince did a few years back, and as Nimrod may also someday.
We always walk with a rifle, but we walk as if we don't have a rifle. So we don't go into a danger zone of the animals. We walk so that we're still in the comfort zone and the animals are far enough away for us to make preparation to back away.
Danger is ever present in the savannah. One must stay alert. Mike knows the Kwapa Reserve like the back of his hand. At nightfall, he takes Prince and Nimrod to a watering hole near the camp. Mike has assured them that it's a very popular spot with the animals.
Yeah, this is my first time. And I'm very happy to see the buffaloes.
Nimrod, are you afraid of the buffalo?
No, I'm not, sir.
Okay. It's always good to be just a little bit afraid, okay? Have some respect, because that respect and that fear is very good. It keeps you at the right distance from those animals. They're very dangerous, and provided you respect them, they will respect you. So keep your distance from them, okay? It's what we call the comfort zone. We're in the comfort zone. They are not feeling threatened by us. As soon as we go a little bit further, they will start getting nervous, and they then have either got the opportunity to flee or they can fight, and they will come at you. So you're never quite sure. So it's always good to stay in the comfort zone.
I came with my uncle, and he taught me a lot of things that I didn't know. And when I go back home, I'm gonna also tell my other friends to know about what my uncle told me here. So I'm very like
Prince and Nimrod spent the night at the foot of Tsodilo, the country's only mountain, the mountain of the gods.
There are gods all over here. You cannot see them, but they can see you. So as we walk now, we know that we are surrounded by our gods, our ancestors, and we must treat this place with respect. You see?
More than 4,000 rock paintings have been catalogued on these cliffs, the cradle of the San people. They depict scenes of prehistoric life and date back at least 25,000 years.
To the right, you see?
Rhino.
A rhino. Good. You know your animals, eh?
Yeah.
And as you go up there,
What's that?
A giraffe.
Oh.
But you see, it's not in the same posture as the others.
Yeah.
That's a dead one.
Oh.
Yeah. You see, it's a story here. Some people believe that when God came to this side of the world, he came and landed on this mountain. That's why it's sacred. And that's why they converged here to pray to God, to paint, to do everything here. They regard this place as very, very holy for them. So whenever I'm here, I feel I belonged here, and I belong here. And in future, I will always belong here. This is the place to be. There is nothing else. Right now, what I feel inside is I'm at peace with nature, just being here. That's why I brought my nephew here today, to show him what truly we are as a people and the beauty that we have, and then pass it on to the new generation.
In 2 days, Nimrod will head back to school. But his initiation to the wild world and life in the bush is not finished yet. Thanks to his uncle, Prince, he now knows that his wish to become a guide will someday come true. Gazing out of his classroom window, Nimrod, like all children of his age, is probably thinking that the wildest of dreams can, indeed, become reality. The Okavango Delta in the northwest corner of Botswana is a priceless jewel of Africa. This is where Tanik Dinonoka was born. Everyone knows him here in the village of Echa. Tanik was orphaned very young, so he and his brothers had to learn how to make their own way. He's a generous, cheerful, and resourceful man.
My name's Katanga Tonik Dinonoka. I'm born in Eta 13 village. I'm just working as a fisherman or a farmer in Eta. In the village or in the country as well, if somebody is in need, they have to ask me to assist. If possible, I can give hand. It doesn't mean that to help is money. No, it's just to give. Yes.
Tanik is a skilled jack of all trades and is always willing to lend a helping hand. Right now, it's Andrek, the village elder, who is in need of help. A few weeks ago, his farm was completely destroyed by fire, a severe blow for the 89-year-old man. Tanik has promised to build him a new hut.
This one is really deep down. There's no way I can do this on my own.
This is all that's left of Andrek's farm.
My house burned down. I don't know how it started. I was sleeping. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. I was so shaken I went to ask the government people for help. But I didn't get anything.
Just a few weeks ago, this looked like a normal little bush village. Then the flames did their sinister work. Tanik is trying to salvage what he can. Andrek is slowly recovering from his ordeal. He wants to start anew, look to the future, and leave this unlucky place. But without the help of a few good people, he won't be able to go back to farming.
This is an ideal spot because we're close to the river. It's not possible to live far from a river. Like all people, we need to live close to water.
Tanik will get to work in a few days once he has assembled the necessary building materials. He sets out to find the wood, the reeds, the straw, and anything else he may need to fulfill his promise. Tanik and Andrek live in the heart of a region that is one of a kind, the delta of the Okavango, a river that seems to refute the elementary laws of geography. The waters of the Okavango never reach the sea, for the river vanishes into the sands of the Kalahari Desert. Despite that, it remains the lifeblood of the men and women of the region. All they have to do is plunge into the meanders of the river to harvest what they need in the way of food, drink, and even shelter. In the Delta, the time for a fishing trip, to build a house, to start one's life over again from scratch, is not the same as elsewhere. It flows slowly with the relaxed pace of this river that turns its back on the oceans. Tanik is one of the rare inhabitants of the Okavango Delta. The Okavango is also a haven for hippos and Nile crocodiles, two of Africa's most dangerous animals.
I'm just alone here in the nature. Listen at the birds, and I can see some catfish making some bubbles, and some different birds calling around. And sometimes maybe there are some crocodiles here. I don't want to disturb them, and I don't like them to see me because I'm alone here. Today I'm very lucky because I can see ahead 3 fish and 1 bubble fish, which means I had a lot. There was nothing which like crocodiles and hippo which was disturb my net. You can see it is very free and it catch lots of fish, nothing was disturbing it.
The calm, clear waters of the delta are teeming with fish. Tanik takes only enough to meet his needs. He's not a professional fisherman, so he's not allowed to sell or barter his catch.
The delta, it supplies us with a lot of things. Like with our building materials, we get it from or in the delta, like reeds to make our traditional walls, our compound, the grasses to thatch our house, even our transport, the mukoro. We use the water from the delta to drive from one area to the other to fetch all those materials which are needed in our place.
Tanik and Andrek have come to this village to buy bundles of straw gathered by the women during the last rainy season. This little village of the Okavango is specialized in basketry and straw for thatching roofs. The sun is blazing and all the vendors are eager to show Tanik their goods.
I'm looking for some grasses which I can use to thatch the old man's house. And while I'm looking at the grasses, some they are okay, some they are worn up or tattered up. You can even see the inner part of it, but it's okay. We can take some which are good and we leave those ones which are not good to be used to thatch the house.
In the shade of the acacia trees, Tanik and the vendors plunge into their bargaining session. Maria, who speaks for the other women, manages the negotiations, and she's determined to get a decent price for their hard work.
I think this one is good. Okay, some are really short. That's because they were eaten by termites. This one is no good at all, but the rest is all right.
31. How many did you give? 14. And you? 10. And 7 here. That makes how many in all?
Tanik needs about 30 bundles of straw to thatch the roof. That'll bring in a tidy sum for the village. The wood, reeds, and straw, Tanik has just about everything he needs. Now he and Andrek will have to recruit some manpower for the actual building. 3 or 4 experienced men can erect the roof of a traditional hut in 5 days. Andrek is the oldest man in the village. He has the gift of never losing hope. Plus, he has the power to ward off bad luck and to predict the future. It's up to him and fate to choose the site for his new home. With his misfortune behind him, life should resume its normal course on the banks of the wide, generous river. And here's the outline of Andrek's new hut, a few hundred meters from his old farm.
Okay.
Evil spirits exist, and I don't like that. I have a lot of children, 12 in all, and they have children. So if one of my grandchildren should get really sick someday, their parents would be suspicious if I didn't move away. If they were to have problems later on, my children would say it's the old man's fault.
The workers keep up a good pace despite the scorching sun. Tanik throws himself into his work. Andrek has left the evil spirits behind. Tanik has recruited 2 colleagues to help him, Love Moore and Jimbo, both sympathetic to old Andrek's plight. It's the evening of the 3rd day. They've laid the foundation and erected the framework.
Yeah, I'm very proud of what I did. So this is one of the very best house that I normally build, but it's the best when I'm looking at the pay lines. They are very, very well prepared. Even looking at the structure is very nice.
This evening, the silence of the dusk is pierced by the beating of drums and the singing of women. It's the beginning of winter in Botswana. This celebration marks the end of the rainy season. Tanik has earned the right to have a good time tonight, for he's dancing to celebrate the promise he made to Andrek as well. In a few days, the hut will be completed, but there's still a lot of work to do. The building crew is busy roofing the hut. Once again, Tanik has proved that he is a man of his word. And in a few days, Andrek will have a new hut, the first of his future farm.
Mr. Andrek will remember me in the future as his son who helped her to make the first house in a new place. So that people who are going around here, they can see it in their face and see how nice the house is. Then they will be happy. Maybe sometime they will hire me to come and do the traditional house for them.
Here in the heart of the Delta, this kind of solidarity is widespread. In this corner of Africa where man's wealth is not measured by his possessions, a great friendship has just been sealed between an orphan and an old man of the Okavango.